food. So let's all imagine that we're in Kroger right now, right? Have you guys noticed that most grocery stores, the processed food is in the middle of the store? Picture it right now for me. So you walk in a Kroger, let's say the one on Oakwood. We walk in, what's the first section when you walk into your right? Produce, right? That's on the outskirts. Now, if you keep on going straight all the way in the back, that's what? Meat, right? But let's say you take a hard left right in the middle. You're probably on like the baking aisle, right? So I want to, when you're prioritizing you, I want to encourage you to stay on the outskirts of the grocery store the most that you can. Secondly, when you're prioritizing you with your food, when you look down at your plate, I always was told, and I researched it as well, when you look down at your plate, make sure it's colorful. Think about it. So like, let's say you decide to go to Wendy's and you get a Whopper, right? It's not really colorful. It's all bland in the same color. But if it's colorful, when you went to the grocery store and you sit on the outskirts, you got your vegetables, because which colors can they be? They can be green, they can be red, yellow. You got some colors, right? You got your meat, that's a different color. You got a good carb, that's a different color, right? So prioritize you with your food that looks like staying on the outskirts. Sorry, I'm a teacher, I repeat a lot. Staying on the outskirts, making sure your food is colorful. And one that I'm still struggling with to this day still, and I want to get better at it, is sleep. Sleep. Prioritizing you is not all of, when our topic is staying healthy, right? It doesn't all have to depend on what you eat. It also depends on how you sleep, what's going inside your body. We all are so busy, and we got to give time to rest, right? And I'm talking to myself right now. We got to get time to rest. So when you're prioritizing you, when you're eating, you're keeping it colorful. You're shopping on the outskirts in the store, but you're also taking the time to just sit down and rest and then go to sleep. So I want it to be short and sweet, but prioritize you. Can't say that enough. Prioritize you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dietrich Smart. I'm the director at the Bob Harrison Center on North Pulaski Pike. For us, what we do is we feed your mind, body, and soul. So many of you understand that, hey, the doctor's always saying we have to be active. What does that mean for you as a senior is the most important thing for you to understand is what that looks like, because things has changed. You're no longer that 50-year-old you, that 40-year-old you. How does physical activity look for you as a senior? And the biggest thing that we have to understand is what there's required of us, or you, is 150 minutes a week. And you can divide that up. It doesn't mean that you have to work 150 minutes straight. Understanding how can I do it is another thing. I'm glad you asked. You can come to the Bob Harrison Center. We're a family. And so that's the most important part. Many of you have aspects that you lost as you age, one of them being family. As we know, one of the major issues that I've found in many of our members is the relationships with the members and their kids or their grandkids diminish as they age, because they feel like the members may feel like they are a responsibility on their kids or don't want to be a responsibility, and vice versa. And so that support system is the major aspect of you having a healthy lifestyle. Because if you have an accountability partner or someone that you're looking forward to seeing, or an activity that you're looking forward to do, you're more inclined to do it. So back to that 150 minutes, you can break it up. 30 minutes, 5 days a week, or 15 minutes, a couple days, and vice versa. It doesn't have to be continuous. So the part that we miss is understanding how we do it. So at the Bob Harrison Center, we have activities that gear towards you. We just added Tai Chi. We have water aerobics. And our instructors are many a times are just like you, senior citizens. So they understand what you're going through and can connect with you. We have field trips. So we want to stimulate your minds. We have things that we bring in, seminars that help you understand what you're going through. Dealing with your health. We have health screenings that we have on a monthly basis. So those things are important for you to track as you age. What is changing about you? I see many of my members here, but for example, I have Ms. Gail Newby over here. She's one of our members, and I saw the changes when she came in the first day. She came in, she was on her walker and on her cane, and I've seen her on a walker as well, and she barely make it in. She had to sit down, but she came in every day consistently. And when she came in, she asked me, what can she do to help her get stronger? And so I sat down, walked through the machines with her, and I gave her a routine that she can do, and she does it every day. Now, sometimes I see her throwing that cane or that walker, but she's moving better. So that's the important thing. It's a long haul. It's a lifestyle. It's not something that's simple and straight to the point. You have to look for the long haul. Those people I have seen with the best quality of life that comes through our centers are the people who have the accountability partners and the family or the association with people at the center. They are well off and they're living longer. And I look forward, insurance. Now, one unique thing about turning a senior citizen is the Renew Active or the wellness program through your insurance. Many of our members come to the center for free through their insurance. So if you have a wellness program with your insurance, please ask them if the Bob Harrison Center is on that list. You can come to the center for free and they pay for it. Okay?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Morgan St. Jones, and I have the privilege of being the executive director at the Legacy Center off of Jordan Lane and Bob Wallace. And my day-to-day is running an adult day program for seniors who have dementia currently and cognitive decline. And so my day-to-day is always trying to come up with different ways to stimulate their minds to try to reduce their decline. But what I never really have a chance to do, which I'm really excited about today, is give preventative measures so that you today do not become one of our clients at the Legacy Center, but rather that you come and you volunteer alongside us. And so I just wanted to tell you a little bit about what we do at the Legacy Center. Like I said, we're an adult day program for those with dementia, but we're really cool because we utilize the arts to do that. And so on site, we have a ballet studio where we utilize dance to help with not losing your mobility. But then we also have music, and we partner with Maitland Conservatory to assist with vocal lessons. We have piano lessons. We also have audiovisual tech classes. And everything that we have on site, our children also have access to. Well, I wanted to talk about that because the thing that you're doing today, which is being socially interactive, is part of that preventative measures to stop you from having that cognitive decline. And so you heard earlier people talking about being healthy, being physical, but there are so many different additional ways that you can have fun in exercising. For example, at Calvary Hills, you can go and you can do line dancing on Mondays and Wednesdays at 6:30. Also, Bob Harrison Center, all the things that Mr. Smart mentioned, which I'm a huge advocate for the Bob Harrison Center because they've blessed our clients so much, and I've seen my own parents are regular members at the Bob Harrison Center. But there are so many things that you need to do to maintain your active lifestyle so that you don't start seeing cognitive decline from a social engagement. If you don't mind, raise your hands if you came here with a friend today.
I don't know who she is.
Very good, because another symptom of developing dementia is social isolation, depression. We have to check on one another, and we have to be friends. So I think you all did a wonderful job by bringing your friends here today, but I also want to remind you to call and to check on your friends. Continue to have engaging conversations, to continue to stimulate your thought process, continue to get education like you're doing here today, but then to also make sure that you're managing your emotional well-being. Depression is real. We found with COVID that a lot of people started declining because they were in the house, not engaging with other people. And so we want to encourage you to continue to be active in your community. And one way that you can do that, just a little plug for us, we love to have people come and serve and volunteer with our clients at the Legacy Center. Like I said, we have great fun every day. We have gardening outside. Thank you to Cooperative Extension at Alabama A&M University. We grow the produce that we feed our seniors, and then our children also engage in that way. You can also come and you can volunteer with our kids and help out with their homeworks. But our children are trying to learn from the legacy that you all have been leading already. You know, we're trying to teach our youth to respect their elders now. Where we do not see that as often in other places, we are encouraging our children not to be afraid of dementia or not to be afraid of seniors. And so I know that was something that when I was growing up, that was something that I didn't have a lot of interaction with seniors because my grandparents lived somewhere else. But I would have been so blessed if I would have been able to have more older individuals around me to pour into me. So I want to encourage you to do and be active in that way also. But yes, but to continue to be a support system for one another. Continue to be a support system for one another. And I just want to say thank you for engaging in something like this today, because it truly, truly helps to stop the decline of your cognitive abilities. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jenny Stang, and I am with Alabama Lifespan Respite. And my job is technically the caregiver outreach specialist, but I like to say that I like to care for the caregiver. We define a caregiver as anybody who's providing unpaid care for a loved one at home who's experiencing maybe a mental disability, chronic illness. A lot of our clients are taking care of spouses at home or aging parents. And I find that in my work, when I talk to my caregivers, a lot of times it's very easy for them to sweep their needs under the rug and to not take advantage of social programs like Ms. St. Jones was saying, and just interacting in the community. And I find that a lot of that, the reason is because they don't have anyone to help them take care of their loved one. And so our program is designed to help you pay for respite, which is just a break, because self-care, mental health care, physical care, those are all the components to aging well and living well. And so I do have a table in the back, so if you want some information on our program, please feel free to stop by. But I just kind of want to lean on what the panelists were saying about how we can, do all the right things, we can exercise, we can eat well, but often our mental health and our self-care is lacking because I would just say we, but I think all of us can relate to just the desire to take care of the ones we love, and we often forget to turn that love towards ourselves. And so I just want to encourage everyone here today to take advantage of the information, take advantage of the programs that we're talking about, engage socially with one another, because like you were saying, isolation really can prevent us from aging well. And yep, that's about all I got. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ricky Howard. I'm actually here today serving in a dual role. I am the linkage coordinator, manager for Thrive Alabama, our IOP program. I'm also the vice president of Grateful Recovery, and both agencies provide counseling services, life skill services, whatever is needed for whatever population needs those services. And I'm saying it that way to say, because this is how I feel about any agency. An agency is only as good as the people who work there. An agency is only as powerful, God sent, blessed, whatever word you want to put there. They're only as effective, only as beneficial, impactful as the people who work there. And I'm so thankful that I'm a part of a panel right now where they not only represent the agency, but they represent the purpose of what we should be doing. And when we start talking about the aging community, y'all understand, my personal belief in anything is, once you've paid your dues, you should reap the benefits. And I cannot think of a single population in this world, anybody other than the aged population, who have not paid their dues, y'all. When I tell you dues have been paid time and time and time and time again, aside from the stories you hear, the things you read, the things other people tell you, our aging population has God all over them. So you can call it what you want to, say what you want to about it. When it comes down to time to provide a service for that particular population, we should all run shouting, being thankful that we have a chance to be half as impactful in their lives as they've been in our world. So they deserve a round of applause. This isn't about us. This is about how much work they've put in, how far they've come, and how they're still going. So, and I'm saying that to say this, what we provide at both agencies, both Thrive and Grateful Recovery, we provide that counseling piece, a respite, a resting area, because what we tend to overlook sometimes is how important it is for our aging population to have somebody to talk to. And stop trying to make it about rationale. Just be there. Just be there, because we owe them that. So we provide that opportunity in the form of counseling or whatever this is. I know my time about to go off in a little bit, Kenny, so I'm Kenny down there doing 1, 2, 3, so but not yet. But what I do know is that when that opportunity presents itself, we marvel in that opportunity to be able to sit there and provide those services, not just for the aging population, but for those people who are taking care of the aging population. Because we know it gets hard sometimes. Because I know about Madeline Gordon. Y'all, this is my grandmom. I got to call her name every chance I get because she done gone on to glory now. But I know her sacrifices. And I know that when the opportunity presented itself for me to make her world that much better, I couldn't wait to do it. Had it been Madeline Gordon or anybody else, it's deserved. And we're now in a position as agencies to be able to provide those services. So what I'm thankful for is that the heart of the people on this panel, it speaks more volume than anything we can say out loud. If you need those services, again, Thrive Alabama, Grateful Recovery, those are my 2 agencies. If you need any of those services, we'll provide the counseling piece, again, for the caregivers, because the caregivers, y'all, you have a right to be tired, but you also have an expectation to ask for help. You have a right to be tired, but you also have that expectation to ask for help. Ask for it. Whatever it is we can't do, we'll find somebody who can. Whatever it is we can do, we'll do it for you as often as we can. Provide, just ask. That's what we're about, that's what we're here for. If there's anything we can do, and I can proudly say this about anybody on this panel, if there's anything we can do, please feel free to just ask. I have cards with me, information, anything you need from us on this end, consider it done. And I thank God for the opportunity to get it done. Thank you so much.
Let's give the panelists another big round of applause. So I should have a couple of roving mics, and I got a couple. Good, one on the right over here and one on the left. That creates balance. So if you all have some questions at this time that you'd like to direct to any of the panelists, we would love to create some energy between their expertise and perhaps the questions that you may have. We'll just ask you to raise your hand. We'll bring a mic to you, and we will hear from you at this time. There's a lot of people in here, and I know they said a lot of good stuff, but they also didn't say everything. So this is a chance to hear from this panel of experts. And I got 20 questions if they don't speak, so we're good. Don't get nervous, don't get anxious, because I got questions if they don't, but I want to give them a chance first. Okay, we've got a hand right here. Oh, and then we'll come to you. It's on.
It is now. Kenny, this is more of a comment than a question.
Okay.
This has been my first time to really get a chance to hear and interact with people, the panel and that generation that has so much positive information. You know, sometimes I kind of wonder about the other generations other than my own, because that's who I have my contact with. And I don't really have a question, but I'm thankful for the information that they were able to provide, and now I know who to go to in case I need something. So I just wanted to thank them for providing what they did.
I'm going to applaud you on that because, something I'm always saying is that information is a very powerful currency. And one of the processes in life that you learn as you age is that you don't have to know everything, you just have to know people who know things. And if you can get plugged and connected, you're going to be all right. Right here.
Yes, good morning. This question is for Mr. Davis. You mentioned that before you leave the hospital, that you should go to the pharmacy and get all of your medications. What if your insurance has a specific pharmacy or medical entity that you must use?
That's a great question. Well, you don't have to go to the pharmacy. They do a meds to beds, they'll bring it to you. But if you do fall in that situation where they won't cover the hospital meds, well, you don't have a choice then but to go to your pharmacy. But I'm glad you mentioned that because that's part of what my program does. So the official name of my program at the hospital is Transitional Care Coach Program. And that's what we do. We connect the dots when the dots can't be connected by yourself. So if you couldn't get to the pharmacy, let's just say, I'm pretty sure you got plenty of loved ones around you, but let's just say you were a person who didn't have anybody around you, you would let them know, and they would let me know, and I would come by and pick up your medications from the pharmacy and bring them to you. So those are the ways that I'm closing the gap when it comes to these things. And this is something, an initiative that I set upon because I was coming across so many people not only couldn't get to the pharmacy, but they couldn't afford their medications. So I had to raise some money to pay for them. I had people who were saying, oh, I got a doctor's appointment, but they can't get to the doctor. So I had to raise some money to, I used people like Eldoride, the cab companies, Handy Ride, well, Enable now, you know, to be able to help me with those transportation. If you leave the hospital and you don't have insurance and you need a walker, a cane, you need a bathroom chair, something like that, all I need you to do is walk through them hospital doors in Huntsville Hospital, become observation, inpatient, it doesn't matter. I can be able to help you. I have funds that Mazda Toyota donated me $30,000 to be able to help people out in those situations. And I'm gonna use every cent of it on people like yourselves. I don't care. Thank you. And I've used it on people as old as 100 and people as young as 23, because it doesn't matter. Problems don't come with age. You know, issues don't come with an age, and sometimes things happen to people who they can't be able to help themselves in that time. So I want to be able to help as much as I can. And like I said, that's my job. I try to keep people out the hospital by connecting them to community resources that can help enhance their quality of life. So that's what I'm going to do. So if you do reach that situation, and if anybody in here goes to the hospital and they say they won't get your medication, you make sure you tell them, I need to see a king, period. And I get to you. You'll see me. You might not see me while you're in the hospital, but I'm gonna show up at your door. Me or two of the young ladies that work with me, Trina and Helen Shepherd, Trina Waters and Helen Shepherd, they work with us. So that's what we do all day, every day. As soon as I leave here, I'm gonna go to the hospital, get a few people to see, and I'm gonna be at somebody's door today to try to help them stay out the hospital. So that's it.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a couple of questions. I notice here you don't have any phone number or location where we will know. Will you all be around that we can get the phone numbers that we could call?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I have some cards.
Another question. Lots of the older people are not able to drive. And transportation is a big problem. Is there any, a lot of times we want to go places and do things, but there's no transportation. Is there any transportation available to us older people who are not able to drive?
Yes, ma'am. I can tell you a couple of them. All right. So he just said Bob Harrison supplies transportation to their facility. I want to say the senior center does the same, but let's just say for the city, if you live in the city, Enable. That is, that's pretty much if you have any type of disability, and you live in Huntsville city limits, Enable is who you have to register with. You just have to fill out a form, you know, put on there what your disability is, have your doctor fill that out. or any medical professional fill that out, and you turn it in. And I think rides are like $2 one way or something like that. Then you also have, you know, the regular shuttle, the city bus, as well. If you live in the rural areas, let's say you live in like New Market or somewhere of that nature that's outside the city limits, you have to use TRAM, T-R-A-M, and that is a Madison County transportation program that will come pick you up from your home and take you to your doctor's appointment. The only thing about these, you have to do it in advance. You can't call them the morning of and say, hey, I need a ride. These are things that you have to do in advance and things like that. But, you know, just look up on Huntsville Transit Authority, and they have all that information. But those are things that you can use at a low price. Of course, you have things like Eldorado, cab companies, Uber, things like that. But those are things that are government funded that you can use.
Akeem, did you mean access? You said
Access. I said, okay. You're right. Access is that handy ride?
Yeah, it used to be.
Yeah,
handy
access.
ride.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Said enable is access. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and just real quickly, I work for the city of Huntsville, so I'm pretty close to the conversation about public transportation and access. I'm also the DEI director, so it's something that I'm always talking with people about. It is a huge challenge. I can't make any promises today that from this point to next month or next year, there's going to be some revolutionary thing that happens. What I think is going to have to take place is we're going to have to learn how to utilize the current resources more effectively, and we're going to have to come up with creative and innovative solutions. One that I have is, as I move around the community, I see a lot of church buses parked on church properties. I just do. I know that we have gathered a list of about 670 congregations right here in the city of Huntsville. I see a lot of transportation opportunities there. We have to be creative. We have to think outside of the box. We have to marry traditional methods with unconventional methods in order to get where we're going. And the challenge is also our city is growing. So whatever the demand is today is going to be only increased as we move forward. But we can stay ahead of that process if we collectively come together, pool our resources in creative and innovative ways, and make those things possible. Dietrich, I think you wanted to say something about the Harrison Center.
Yes, Kenny is correct. We do have members that utilize access from the city to come to our center, but we also offer a tram service through our center to our members. Yes, it's limited on the number of people that we can provide that service to because we are only we have a small staff. But if we work with you on providing you a schedule on a weekly basis to be able to get you to the center. Additionally, we call you every morning on those days to make sure that things are in place that you still can come. So that's the part of checking in on you to make sure things are still the same so that we can be there to support you.
So make sure y'all get these resource contact information before you leave because they can be very beneficial.
Hey, Kenny, can I mention one more resource that I don't want to forget? Christmas Charities Year Round has a program up there called Waste Not. And what they do is they have a warehouse pretty much filled with medical equipment. I mean, everything from blood pressure monitors, adult diapers, to walkers, wheelchairs, everything. And that's one of my biggest resources that I utilize. And it's free to you all. And all you have to do is go down there, and it's off Lehman Ferry Road. But it is a very, very good resource. If you're in a time where finances and a lot of people are on fixed incomes, I like to tell them about Waste Not because you can get things there that can really make a difference in your life without any cost. So I just wanted to make sure I said something about Waste Not.
All right, Morgan?
And I just had a couple of things. Yesterday, with Johnson Towers, we had a presentation by Kathy Miller with United Way on the Ride United program. And so all you have to do is call 211, and they will, you have to have a medical appointment, but they will provide you a free Lyft ride, and you get 5 free Lyft rides a year. And so just remember that number, 211. and that's the Ride United program. And so that's even also good for if you live in the Huntsville area and you need a ride to go maybe to Madison, or you need to go to the surrounding areas in the county. So that program was just announced. And then Kathy Miller also told us about the single care program for the 80% off prescriptions, up to 80% off on certain prescription medications. And so I have a box of those cards for you to be able to take to your pharmacist. It doesn't act as a supplement, but it does act as if you were to have a prescription that you cannot, that you cannot afford, that most pharmacies allow you to be able to use that discount card. So she said it ranges between 35 to 80% of a discount off of those extremely expensive medications. And so after we get done speaking, I'll go grab those cards and I'll make myself seen so that if you want that card, I can hand it to you.
Yeah, and the Ride United program is extremely valuable. We can thank Toyota Manufacturing for their partnership with United Way for that. They not only provide rides for medical appointments, but also for job interviews, as well as sometimes shopping. I mean, you really have to kind of plan again, talk to them about what your needs are, but that is a very, very important program and valuable program that's run through the United Way. 211 is the number to call. In fact, 211 is the number to call for a lot of social service needs. And if you would just remember that number like 911, you would become a much more resourceful person in terms of learning what's available in the community. Questions? Oh, she has another one? Okay.
The Harris Center mentioned about the insurance, and you could join it free if you belong to certain insurance. Is that correct?
Correct. So once you turn 65 and you get on Medicare, your insurance, most of you guys, depending on where you obtain your insurance, has a wellness program. That wellness program pays for you to go to a wellness center. And Bob Harrison happened to be one of those places. So some of the programs that you may have heard is Renew Active, Silver Sneakers, Silver Fit, Renew Fit. So those are the programs that we take that provides payment for you throughout the year. What will you need to ask them for is a wellness ID number. That number is what we would need to connect you guys to the program and be able to provide that payment for you.
Well, does this include TRICARE for life?
We found that TRICARE is not one of those providers.
Thank you.
Questions? I have one right here. Microphone right here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I don't have a question. Well, yes, it is a question, and I'd like to direct it to you, Mr. Anderson. Has the city, since you say you work for the city, considered starting a volunteer program to ride share? I would love to share my ride with someone. So maybe if you develop a program for some senior citizens who would love to drive people places, spur the moment, whatever, maybe you could come up with an idea how to do that.
Yeah, let's you and I talk about what your thoughts are afterwards, and let's exchange information, and I'll see what we might be able to discover in that process. I'm all about innovation and creativity again, and just like you see a lot of things happen in communities that are a result of public-private partnerships, it's not just the role of city government to do everything, and it's not just the role of the public to do everything. When we unite, work together, and partner on behalf of the people who live here and benefit from being here, I think we can find some powerful solutions to the challenges that we face. So let's connect afterwards.
Hey, I wanted to say this. It's an organization called Friends, Inc., and they're actually over there where United Way. They're housed in that building on Jackson Street where United Way is. It's called Friends, Inc., and that's what they do. They look for volunteers. That's all they use are volunteers to give people rides. seniors to give seniors rides to doctor's appointments and things, medical things or personal things like that. So Friends Inc. is one thing that's already there.
I don't have a question, but I just want to share my experience with my medication. I'm a diabetic, and one of my medication, it costs $2,100 for a 30-day supply. So my insurance will pay up to a certain point, and then once I fall in the donut hole, that medicine costs me about $700 a month. So I told my doctor, I said, look, I can't afford this. My doctor gives me samples for the months to cover me until the insurance kick in again to cover me. So I just want to share that. Don't be afraid to ask your doctor for samples. I have a wonderful doctor.
And also, they have a lot of patient advocation programs, the parent companies. So, for example, like AstraZeneca, you know, they do things, I think, like Xarelto and those high-end type of medications, those high-price medications. All you have to do is Google it, patient assistance or patient advocation for those medications. It's pretty much you fill out a form, or you have to take it to your primary care doctor. You have to take it to your doctor or whatever specialist this medication is for. They fill it out and they fill it in, and they will supply you months of if you're in a certain income bracket or something like that, and you can prove to them that you don't have Medicare Part D or don't have certain type of insurances, they will help you out. So there are avenues to help you out with that. But thank you for sharing that, because that is very important. Ask your doctor, because they do have samples.
Good morning. I took interest in Mr. King, the young lady next to him, and my wonderful director with the Bob Harris Center. Now, I'm with the Bob Harris Center. I was battling with my whole family. Now it's just 3 of us left in my family, which was 7. And we had obese in our family when I came out here. I have a very good doctor, thank God. I had to pray for a doctor. I got a very good doctor. And people, we have got to wake up. We got to wake up. You got good doctors, you got bad doctors, and you got the money ones. Pay attention, please, because I've been seeing my brothers and sisters with excuses, problems, and don't know what it is. But when she mentioned about the supermarkets, we have got to be careful. When I was coming up, our ancestors, we got it right from the ground, but now they're using chemicals and stuff. And we got to be careful what we're eating. Look at your children. Children age 4 or 5 should not be obese. We ran around the playgrounds. They don't do that anymore. We have helped mama and daddy with the groceries. Children don't want to do that anymore. I had a problem with my doctor last year. He says, Miss McDowell, blame your mama. Whoa, he's talking about my mama. My mama ain't here, and she. But I see where he was coming from. He said, blame your mama. Take off your shoes. He went up the front of my foot. He said, feel them nuggets? That's arthritis. That comes from your mom. It's in your family, which she does have arthritis. He said, if you don't drop the weight, he warned me twice. Oh, but they know what they're talking about. Believe me. No, I got it. I got it. He said, if you don't lose that weight now, in 2 to 3 years, you won't be able to walk. And I'm 68. Eating out. Eating just, you know. So I prayed first. I thank God for my doctor. And now I'm doing good. I was 200. I'm just 5 now. I was 5'1", But now the older we get, we start losing our height. But I was 243 pounds. I had to go in between my body in order to tie my shoes, had to roll to get up off the floor on to breathe in. Now I'm 200 pounds. Please, be careful what you're eating. I know I learned in California, you go in the store, ooh, that's a beautiful T-bone steak. That look good. But when you get home, the steak is a different color. There are special lights they got for the meats. So what I did, thank you, I done went green. Be careful with your fish. Now it's not like you just go to the store and buy. Read the labels. And I thank God for the Bob Harris. I go there, I get on the bike, and to show you that I listen to my doctors and watch what I eat, the bicycles, they go up to 99 laps. I'm 68. I'm doing 168 laps. And I feel great. And, you know, you just got to walk the track inside. If it's raining, go inside and walk. But please, everyone, keep moving. Because we have got to remember it's a money-making business. You know, some doctors, like I said, if you scratch the pharmacy's back, the pharmacy will scratch your back. We got people having surgery, okay? Too many, you know, not to make fun of it, but how many people here got hips, knees? What are they trying to bionic us? Come on, you can stop that.
Thank you, ma'am.
A lot of weight.
Thank you.
That is pressure on your knees.
Thank you.
You know, if you want to age old or something, let it come from natural. But I'm telling you, when I was coming up, I heard about the operations. But since I got to Huntsville, I went to the
HMOs?
No, the orthopedic place.
Oh,
TOC. So I walk in there and I look. I thought it's like a child when you see the little candy thing. I look. There's a hip. There's a knee. There's an ankle.
Yeah.
Come on, we're not bionic. So please, if you can, eat right and keep those parts out of your body.
Well, listen, we celebrate your success and the progress that you've made.
Yes.
And we appreciate you sharing that with us and challenging us all to live healthier and better lives. We have time for maybe one more question if there is. It doesn't have to be, but we want to make sure that we don't overlook anyone. All right, so let's give it up again for our amazing panelists. Our break is technically set for 9:45, so you actually have about 10 minutes before the official break starts. Feel free to come up. I'm just going to ask them to stay right here so you'll be able to find them. If you need to get their contact information, they're more than willing to provide that for you, business cards or electronic devices or however you want to choose to do it. They'll be around for a little bit to be able to accommodate your needs. Thank you for allowing me to be your moderator this morning. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference. Have a great day.
Sometimes, you know,
different cities.
I'm glad that you put out about the transportation.
Well, I was trying to help my sister.
Well, you can
And she
gonna be here
so, you know, I did that back. I started like, I guess in September. And so driving was 500 miles one way, you know, like kind of
Can I get one of your cards? May I have one too, sir? Thank you. I don't have one.
So you need the sister as well.
Somebody going to Can I have a pen back? Thank you.
Mike Clark, I'm your sister. I met you. How you doing? I'm good. First time you come out, I know him. How you doing? I'm good. I'm good. Put them cards so we can reach them. Y'all working together, hey. Y'all working together. Oh, okay, I need to check it out. But I did not use that.
Your program in the package that they give you at the hospital, or we have to just know that you're here? I'm in
What's your name? Thank you.
Lisa. And at first it was cautious, but when she came to, the doctor told us that we had to do a full. I heard you retired too. I see you were retired.
Write your name.
Okay. Thank you. You have a card over here too? Okay, then yeah, she just got out. And then she has to go back.
Thank y'all. Y'all get hugs and kisses and all that.
Can I call you? Okay. Okay, then.
So now what I do is get the bigger thing of Mott's apple juice. I get mustard greens. Wash them real good. And then strawberries. And I roll them up, cut them up real good, put them in my ninja, and I got my green juice. See? But, you know, I was
Thank you so much.
just dropping around. I almost got hurt in my house. And when that happens, pay attention to your clothing. So I put shorts on, I almost fell on my face. I didn't
I'm into the health thing. I was happy to hear you talk. Oh, yes, ma'am. What you eat? I went from 211 to 145. Oh, wow. Switch from the table. I ain't never gonna gain that weight back. Thank you.
All right. I'm interested in knowing if you know of any company or agency that within their yeah, you know, they use the little chairs that sit you down and move you. Yeah. I figured it was. But you know, a few years you could get one for like 1,500. Yeah. Yeah, it's just 2 levels. I talked to a lady and she said grip mobility. But, I don't want them exactly to do it for free, but you know, a little assistance.
You said that you'll run field trips? No. That's right. That's right. Okay. Sorry. I was trying to pay attention.
You can't see into this, right? So what do you want me to
Totally okay.
St. John's, are you the person who's talking on dementia all the time? Okay. All of it is very interesting. You don't have any handouts on any of this stuff, phone contacts or okay.
Look, you can't hear your baby speak too, right?
It's on display now. Okay. Put your email address. I appreciate it. Right, so I can read it.
Hey, now that might be hard. My handwriting is bad. Yes, ma'am. AKEEM.
Thank you.
Okay, you don't have any cards.
Oh, no, let's say 82.
Oh, now, you can write it wherever. Okay, okay. And that's where you can get, so I can help from, you know, you're dealing with a lot of times you be talking to other people. And you want to help them with the medication and what they can do when they go to the hospital. Okay, now write down what you do. Just a little. Okay.
You would know that's me.
Right.
The hospital man. That's my man. Man, I'm just trying to let you know what's out here. There is no ma'am. You're not late. What's going on? I'm gonna write my name on this right here. You got your book with you?
No.
You don't have? Okay.
I left it. I didn't be carrying all that stuff around.
How you doing today?
At 87.
I'm Greg Lowry.
I can barely
My sister Joe Lowry works over there. I know. I see people half your age that can't walk up here just like you did. I mean, you would be so amazed how people 40s and 50s, man, they can't get with you. They couldn't even get up and walk up here just like you're doing. So I know you've been living real good. You know what I think it is too? A lot of times when I talk to seniors, they tell me growing up, y'all didn't eat meat every day.
So if you don't
Y'all ate a lot think that's what got a lot
Or
to
do you
do with
provide
it.
that as well?
I think that since we didn't got in the habit of
You still
eating
pay
meat
for it.
every
So
day,
you have to
that's what it
find
is. So I put
someone
my name
that's
and
going to
my number
provide
right
the
there.
respite time. Okay.
I was thinking it was more than that. That's why I never joined.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna write
Because
my
it
name
was
and
like,
number.
if you live on the north side, then you pay certain when they first opened. Then
Okay,
if
so
you live on the
Uh-huh.
north side,
Huntsville Hospital.
Yes, please.
nothing much. So it's 15 a month. And my next question is, how late are you open?
I've been 10 years. It makes, I've been in Huntsville Hospital 10 years last month.
And you know, Christina Jones, she's at Thrive, but she works with the Ryan Wright Department. Yes, yes. Okay. She left Tarkog and came to Thrive. Yes.
I work from 6 to 4:30.
Christina
By the time
Jones,
I get
tall,
on this
light
side
skin,
of
can't
town,
miss.
it's already 4 till 5.
Yes.
4 or 5.
Yes, sir.
And do you ever have an appointment? My lunch is 30 minutes and I work in Research Park. Go figure. It takes me 20 minutes to get to you and 20 minutes to probably get back. So are you open on the weekend?
The next session at 10:15 is the estate planning. Is that what you're going to be talking about?
You say you're not open on the weekend.
10:15. So that's in here, right? And it says sanctuary. Is this it, right? And my next question is, whoever is speaking about this, are they going to have some literature they can give out? My supervisor's wanting me to collect to talk about it again at our staff meeting today. And that would be wonderful. So is this where the speakers are going to be sitting? Oh, okay. Well, I'm sitting right over here, so I'll just keep an eye out. I just want to make sure I was in the right spot because they assigned us to specific sessions. So I was like, why do I have to do a state? Because my supervisor said, because I know that you're going to bring me back that information.
This is the sanctuary.
That's all right. That's all right. Thank you.
Bob Harris. Bob Harris. Oh, okay. I used to go over there, but the price went up. So are you the person in charge?
And then people will text me from
Good morning again. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As we prepare for our concurrent sessions, I just want to remind you, this is not a general session. There are three breakout sessions, one in here, one in the choir room, and one in the fellowship hall. So you can go to another session. Granted, we would love for you to stay here and listen to our presenter for this session. I just want to remind you that we do have other activities happening around the building and also 2 other workshops. So let me tell you what they are. We're in the choir room. We're learning about ways to reduce our risk of frauds and scams, and that is being presented by Ms. Casey Harzog with Alabama Securities Commission. In the fellowship hall, we're actually learning about proper nutrition and how to stay physically active, and I think there's a little dance in there. And that is being presented by Kenji Hyder. She's an urban regional extension agent with Alabama Extension at Alabama A&M University. And in here, we have a workshop that's being presented by Attorney Gregory Varner, and that we are going to learn about heirs property and estate planning. So I want to give you a few minutes to go ahead and decide where you're going before I introduce our speaker. Doesn't seem like anyone's moving. Okay. So I'll be back in about 2 minutes and we'll get started with the session. Thank you.
Good morning. If there are any individuals that signed up for the virtual dementia tour, they're gonna fix it. Is that better? Yes, thank you. Okay, so if there are any individuals that signed up for the virtual dementia tour, I think some of you guys may have migrated back to this area. We're ready for you. So if you want to participate in the virtual dementia tour, just right outside these doors. Thank you.
All right, how many of you are ready to learn about estate planning and heirs property? Mr. Anderson told me I should tell you, make a joyful noise. Make a joyful noise. Even get it out. Okay, let's try it again. Make a joyful noise. Okay, so our presenter for this session is Attorney Gregory Varner. Attorney Varner is with the law firm Gregory Varner and Associates in Birmingham and Clay County, in Birmingham and Ashland, Alabama. So he's going to tell us about estate planning, but he's also going to tell us about heirs property, because estate planning, it's all important. We talked about planning earlier, and the decisions that you make, the plans that you make. We can plan for aging, we can plan for how we are going to live this life. So we want you to take the information in. Attorney Varner earned his undergraduate degree from Georgia Tech, where he received training in economics, international policy, and city planning. After clerking with the Atlanta law firm, he obtained his law degree from Regent University School of Law in Virginia. I'm not going to go through all of his bio, but I will tell you that he is married to Kelly, and he started as an associate in Randolph County with a firm in Roanoke. A year later, he opened his own law firm in Ashland, Alabama. As I said, he's with Gregory Varner and Associates, and that was in 2000. where he has since represented thousands of individuals, small businesses, family farms, and local governments through East Alabama. He is admitted to practice law in Alabama and in the United States District Court for Middle and Northern Districts of Alabama. He's the former president of the Alabama Criminal Defense Lawyers Association. Greg served as a bar commissioner on the Alabama State Alabama State Bar Board of Bar Commissioners, the governing body for Alabama for lawyers for over 9 years. So today he's going to tell us, as I said, about estate planning, so please take notes if you have questions. He's going to also tell us about heirs property. If you have questions, jot those down so we can get answers for you today. But if you don't get all of the information that you need today, Alabama Extension at A&M, specifically the Virginia K+ Lifelong Learning Institute, is collaborating with the Gregory Varner and Associates Law Firm to present a weekly or a 5-session series, and they're presenting 3 out of 5 sessions. We meet on Thursdays, and we have a session on November 2nd. It's a series on heirs property. So November 2nd, we will hear from Attorney J.C. Fisher with Gregory Varner and Associates, and we'll hear about how to resolve heirs property, and Attorney Fisher will also present on November 16th, 2 weeks after. So if you need more information about what's happening with the VCLI and more on this topic, feel free to contact me, and also give us your email address so you are informed. At this time, I turn it over to Attorney Gregory Varner. Let's give him a hand as he comes. Hold on. Make a joyful noise.
So maybe you'll cheer more if I tell you we'll have dancing in here too. So that needs to be added to my range of things here. I appreciate y'all inviting me to come and present to you about estate planning. Now, I'm just going to tell you that I'm going to throw a lot at you, okay? That I'm going to put about a year's worth of law school in hopefully under an hour, okay? Or maybe faster. So when we talk about estate planning, a lot of us think that that's only for the very wealthy, for the rich people in the world. But I'm just here to tell you, 99% of my practice are from families that are low and middle income, and everybody needs an estate plan. I tell you, whether you're 18 or whether you're 81, you need an estate plan. So what we're going to talk about broadly, what we're going to learn about is, number one, what happens if you don't do anything? Number two, most importantly, one of the most important things I want you to come away with is estate planning is much more than just having a last will and testament. While that's important, there's a whole bunch of other things that we need to put together and coordinate along with the last will and testament to really have an effective plan going forward. And lastly, we will talk about heirs property and how poor estate planning has somewhat left us into this problem that we're now trying to come out of with new statutes, new strategies for dealing with heirs property, which I'll be frank with you, is an especially potent problem within the black community. It affects your community really more harshly than anyone else historically, and I'll give you a number on this later. But imagine that the black community, just in the southeast United States alone, has $28 billion of assets that are frozen and unable to be used for generational wealth, business development, or just plain ownership. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how to uncover that. JC, who's an associate in my office, she is doing the sessions a little more in detail on how we're dealing with heirs property. She's the specialist really there. She's developed all these other, these particular plans. I'm going to cover that a little bit today. And lastly, I'm going to talk about Medicaid planning, which I believe to be the greatest danger that everybody faces. The possibility of something happening to you and you have to go to the nursing home, and that wiping out a lifetime of savings, a lifetime of paying off mortgages. It can wipe it out very quickly. Just imagine $6,000 to $7,000 per month, and you don't have another way to do it except by having to be forced to sell your home. Okay? So that's what we're going to come back, and I'm going to give you the strategies that we have on that. This little slide, this cartoon, is sort of how I think most people do. About 40% of U.S. citizens haven't done anything by way of estate planning. And in this cartoon, it says, heads, we create an estate plan. Tails, we leave it to the courts to decide. And that's kind of how we're playing it. It's a heads, and we don't want it to fall on letting the courts decide, because I'll show you the dangers of that. The do-nothing plan, and these are the things I want us to talk about today. Again, this comes back to the idea that we don't have, it's more than an estate plan. An estate plan covers what happens to you if you become incapacitated, if you have dementia, Alzheimer's, or I had a client a few years ago, 24-year-old that was in a car wreck, hit her head, and was in a coma for 6 months. So it can happen to anybody at any point. What's your plan if that happens to you? What have you done to set yourself to protect you, your family, and your stuff? Secondly, estate planning does deal with what happens when you die. We'll talk a lot about that. And then lastly, what happens to you if you haven't done any planning and you do have to go to the nursing home. So, basic estate planning documents. These three, I tell everybody you need these three. No matter how old you are, how wealthy you are, you need these three. Number one, a last will and testament. Number two, a durable power of attorney. And number three, a living will and advance directive. And I'm going to talk about each of these a little more in detail in a little bit. But this is what I want to start off with. Those are the three documents that really lawyers can, or you can do it on your own. I recommend getting counsel to assist with this, because sometimes printing something off the internet can be more dangerous than not doing anything at all, okay? But you don't have to have a lawyer to do these things, but I want to show you some of the ways that it's important to have a guide when you are doing your estate plan. So these things are ways that the law allows families to deal with property that are part of their estate plan that you don't think about, okay? The first I have here are deeds. Deeds are a powerful way to transfer property at your death. And so, for instance, my wife and I, we own our house as joint tenants with rights of survivorship. We own it jointly. And that means that if I die, my half of the property automatically goes to Kelly, regardless of what my will says. Vice versa. If she dies first, it automatically comes to me. But it's important, and I encourage everybody to go look at your deeds, because a lot of clients, they would say, well, Greg, my husband and I, our names are on the deed. Well, that's good, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's joint tenants with rights of survivorship, because there's two ways to own real estate jointly. One is with the rights of survivorship, and the other is a fancy legal word just called tenants in common. And if you only have your names on the deed without that language, rights of survivorship, it doesn't automatically pass between the two of you, okay? It's very important, and there's reasons to do that, okay? I'm not going to get into those, but there's sometimes you want to have your deeds as tenants in common. Most of the time we want it with rights of survivorship, but that's the reason when anybody comes to counsel with me about an estate plan, I ask them to bring me the deeds, because I want to see what's in the language. I can't rely upon them to sort of accurately recount to me the legal status of that deed. But this is very important. Second, joint accounts. Powerful vehicle here that if you, I'll give an example here. Number one, Kelly and I were on all of our accounts. So that means that when I die, she automatically gets those monies. Or if she dies, I automatically can own those monies, okay? Now, that can also be dangerous. Let me give you an example. I had a client, I was appointed as a guardian ad litem for 2 children. Their mom had really worked herself up out of deep poverty and had a job down at Honda, had earned about $150,000 in her 401k. She had about $250,000 in life insurance, has really done well. Well, the plan was if anything happened to her, that her mom would be responsible for raising her two minor children. They were 8 and 9 at the time. And the daddy had nothing to do with the kids, and so the plan was just that. Well, one day on the way to work, she died in a single vehicle car accident. Well, the plan kicked in. The grandmother of the children moved them into the home. She received all of those monies from the 401k because she had named her mom as the beneficiary on those accounts. So she deposited all of those in her own personal account. The grandmother did. She moved the kids in, started raising them. Everything was working according to plan. Problem was, 1 month later, grandmother died. And so it gets worse. 2 days later, and this is the point on this joint account, years before, the grandmother had added another daughter onto the account as a joint owner for just convenient purposes, to be able to go to the grocery store, the pharmacy, to write checks for her. 2 days after she died, the aunt to these children swooped in and took every penny that had been supposed to have gone to those kids. We weren't able to do anything because the power of these joint accounts didn't matter what the purpose was or who put it in there. The Uniform Multiple Person Account Act controlled. Okay? So it's very important that we plan when we have these joint accounts, we see the consequences. And this is a prime example of why you need counsel, because a lot of people don't think like that. I've been at this 25 years, and I'll just be frank, I don't trust people anymore. So I plan for those ants out there, the ones that you think wouldn't do wrong, but when they're faced with $500,000, they snatch it up. So joint accounts, very important estate planning tool. Third, payment on death designations, beneficiary designations. Another powerful, more powerful than the will. And this is what people don't understand. Another example, this case just came out of the Supreme Court. There was this man and wife, they'd been married for about 30 years. The man found him a newer model and divorced his wife. While they were married, though, he had purchased a life insurance policy, a $2 million life insurance policy, named her as the beneficiary. So after the divorce, he ends up marrying the new girl. They live married for a couple of years, and then he dies. And then the insurance company sent a $2 million check to the ex-wife. He had forgotten to change the beneficiary designation. So new wife came to court saying, oh, the last will, he left everything to me. I need that $2 million. And the courts were like, nope, that beneficiary designation, it trumps the last will and testament. No matter what it says, those beneficiaries, payment on death designations control. So again, very powerful, and you see the reason that it's important that we coordinate. And that's the reason I have these ballet dancers. We have to coordinate all these things together. I can draw you up the fanciest last will and testament of the world, but if we don't coordinate these other things, we just defeated the whole purpose. And the last one on this alternatives to these others is trust. And I'm going to talk about them a little bit. I just want one thing. I want you to not fear trust, okay? When we think of trust, I know we think of like only Oprah needs a trust, or the Trumps, or whoever, the really wealthy. That's who needs trust. I'm just going to give an example. I build a trust into every single last will and testament I do, and I'll show you the reasons, but just don't be scared of the term, okay? Next slide. Let's see. All right, so let's talk about the last will. Important things about the last will. Number one, it distributes your stuff. It's your ability to tell the courts and the world where you want your property to go to whomever. I will tell you, you can do pretty much anything that you want except disinherit your wife or husband. But everything else, you can. You have absolute control over what happens to your property at your death. Number two, it names a personal representative, and this is the person, what we used to call an executor or executrix. And this is the person responsible for putting the will into place, making sure what you've said in the will gets done. If you have minor children, you can name the guardians. If you die, you can name the guardians for those children in your last will and testament. And if you have minor children, or maybe you're raising grandchildren or great-grandchildren, I encourage you to do that, because it's your ability to speak from the grave over who you want raising your children. Charitable giving, you can put that in the will. It's something else that we tithe every week. The last will and testament's a fine place to give last transfers to the church. Personal property memorandum. This is just, I'll be frank, I don't encourage everybody putting every knick-knack, every couch, table, spoon in the will. Because you may get new couches or new knickknacks, and we don't want to have to keep coming back to the lawyers to redraft it. So I just encourage on those kind of things to include what's called a personal property memorandum, and it kind of gives general instructions to your executor or executrix on where you want that kind of thing to go. It's not technically binding, but it's actually, it's worked. It practically works. All right, so, but what are our weaknesses when it comes to the last will and testament? Number one, it's only effective after you die. Say that with me. It's only effective after you die. You can have the best last will and testament, but if you're not dead, it has no legal effect. No matter who you've named as your personal representative, it's not in play. But it gets worse than that. Not only do I need a death certificate to effectuate it, but we also have to probate it, okay? Now, hear me when I say that. Probating means presenting it to a probate judge and getting that judges to give their stamp of approval. We've got a good example of that recently. Remember Aretha Franklin, they had the big dispute about, they had two wills. One was found in the couch and one was found in the cupboard. Which was the real last will, which was the true last will and testament? Well, I don't know, but a court decided that the one in the couch was. So that's the reason that nobody will honor a last will and testament until a probate judge says, yeah, that really is the last one, okay? And the reason that's important is two things. Number one, a lot of people, when their mom, dad gets dementia, Alzheimer's, they'll bring me the will. And they're like, I'm the executor. I'm like, that doesn't help us right now because she's not dead. Secondly, it also is important when people die, this happens all the time, one child or one cousin swoops in, starts gathering all the assets. They don't have any authority to do it until a probate court says so, okay? So that's the last will. Now this, so we talked a little bit about probating, and I'm going to, do not just go file your last will in the probate office like you do a deed. You're just wasting money, okay? You're paying how much, $35, $40 to record it? It has no legal meaning. So when I say probate, just make sure it's going through the probate process. That's where we're going to the probate judge, not just recording in the probate office, and that's sometimes confusing. But probate means that you've got a will. The decedent has a will. The other is what's called intestacy, and you see that in without a testament, intestacy. And that just means there's a process that the state legislature has created for administering your estate after you die. And that process is called intestacy, and it looks similar to probate, but it's governed by a statute. It's the legislature, I don't think we would trust the legislature with doing much, but a lot of us trust with telling us where our stuff's going when we die, or who's to be named as our executor or executrix. And that's all relied upon the statute. So the last thing I'll say on this point, though, is if you go down to Barnes & Noble or Books A Million, you're going to go back to the bookshelves, the law section, And there's going to be like a whole series of books on how to avoid probate. And all they're doing is selling and pushing what are called living trusts. I'll be frank, I don't encourage living trusts very often, okay? It's just a very expensive vehicle when our process is not that bad. I'll just tell you the only time I recommend living trust are one, if you own property in multiple states, and number two, if you've got children from a previous relationship. So if you're married and maybe you have kids from, those are reasons to maybe do the living trust. Otherwise, I like the last will and testament option. So now, going back to the next slide, if we can put up Alzheimer's and dementia or incapacity. Number one, if these things happen to you or a family member, the last will and testament doesn't help us, right? Because they're not dead. If you haven't done anything in advance, or your mom, dad haven't done anything in advance, then we have to go to guardianship and conservatorship court, which is where you want to avoid. It's like out of a 19th century Dickens novel. It's very complex and it's just the process you want to avoid. I had one where it was $30,000 in the estate. Two kids got fighting over who was going to control where dad lived. They spent $25,000 in attorney fees and court costs to fight over $30,000. Okay? We want to avoid that process. And so when I was in law school, I was taught that the last will and testament was the most important document. It was the thing everybody had to have. I've sort of changed my opinion on that, and that's where I recommend what's called the durable power of attorney. That, in my opinion, is now the cornerstone of a sound estate plan. The durable power of attorney is the document where you can name someone to act on your behalf if something happens to you during your lifetime, okay? So this is your ability to say, I want Kelly to handle my affairs if something happens to me. She can sign deeds, she can access all my bank accounts, anything that's not joint. I'm giving her authority to do those things on my behalf. Durable, you want a durable power of attorney, and that just means that it survives your incapacity. If you just have a standard power of attorney, so let's say that I had given Kelly just a standard power, well, when I became incapacitated, she became incapacitated because whatever I could do, she could do. If I can't do it anymore, she can't do it anymore. That's the reason it's important to be a durable power of attorney. You want it to survive that. Now, I will tell you that I go a step further, because what have I learned through the years? I don't trust anybody. So I build mine with a trigger in it, that when you sign it, nobody has authority to do anything for you on that day. You don't need it right then. But if down the road you get dementia or Alzheimer's, then I built a trigger that says if two of my attending physicians signed affidavits to the effect that in their medical opinion, I'm not capable of handling my own affairs, the power springs into play. So it's there to protect you when you need it, but not before. And we've not exposed your property, your assets, to any people that we don't trust, okay? So it's important to have, but I encourage everybody, whatever size, to have this durable power of attorney because of the likelihood today of us reaching the point in life where our bodies are outlasting our minds. And that seems to be that medicine has enabled us to do that on average we're spending about 8 years in an incapacitated state mentally, okay? So now I got another cartoon here. This one says, well, I was bitten by a radioactive lawyer and ended up with the power of attorney. I have no idea why we call it a power of attorney. I can't tell you because it has nothing to do with an attorney, okay? Nothing. I'm just empowering somebody to act on my behalf. So don't confuse a power of attorney with that. Now, the third document that I think is critically important is the living will and advance directive, okay? Now, I'm going to give you, this one I don't put on par with the last will or the power of attorney by way of importance, but I do think it's critical, okay? And so what this is a document where you're able to tell your doctors and your family how you want to be treated if you can't make decisions for yourself and the doctors have determined that additional treatment's not going to cure you but just prolong the dying process, okay? And let me give you an example from my own family, the reason I think this is important. When I was a little boy, I was pretty much raised by my grandmother. And I don't know why it was such a conversation around the house, but when I was 6 or 7, we were having the conversation that she did not want to be put on a ventilator. Just often, we talked about this. And so I knew what her wishes were. And she was just like, when it's my time to die, I want to die. Well, fast forward, I go off to law school, and I'm up in Virginia, and I get a call from my mom. And they've got grandmother at the hospital, and mother's all in a panic, and she's like, they want me to sign all this paperwork, and I'm not signing anything. And I was like, ooh, grandmother doesn't want to be put on ventilators. I know that. Well, my mama thought that any paper she signed was killing grandmother. So she was having nothing to do with it. I argued with her for a while, but I couldn't convince her. Well, thankfully nothing happened. Grandmother recovered and she was fine. Well, I graduate from law school, and one of the very first things that I do is I prepare her a living will where she can put those instructions in place. Fast forward another 10 years later, and we're back in the hospital, and this time grandmother really is dying. Well, what it did was her living will kicked into play, and instead of my mom and my uncles fighting, the decision had been made. The doctors came in, her wishes were put into play. They didn't rush in and give her CPR every time her heart stopped beating because her instructions were clear in that living will. So I do think the living will is very important to have, but not necessarily for you. I think it's more for your kids, for your family, where they're not put in that position of having to make that call because the hospital's just not the place to do it. That's not the place to be making the decisions like that. Now, I will tell you, I've been called more in the last 3 years about the living will than the previous 22 combined. And that was because everybody with COVID was like, Greg, I want to be put on that ventilator. And I know that you told me that's what, and I was like, nope, we're okay. We're okay. Because they're putting you on the ventilator with the expectation that it's going to cure you. So the living will doesn't even kick in that place, okay? So that gives you a little sample on how that works, all right? So now coming back, here's another cartoon I've got, and this one, again, comes back to the idea of trust. In this cartoon, it says, the lawyer's reading the will, and he says, to my loyal estate planning attorney, I leave my children a complicated series of trusts that will generate huge legal fees. And I sense that this is the thought that everybody has for estate planning attorneys or lawyers in general, that all that we're doing, but I want you to see, and that's going to this next one. So when trusts are discussed, I think we think lawyers and lawyer fees and that it's only for the Trumps and the Oprahs. So, but these are some reasons that you want to have a trust, okay? And this can be as simple as 2 or 3 paragraphs. 1, in Alabama, children can't inherit property. You may not know that. So let's say that I've got 3 daughters, and 2 are in college, and 1 is still a minor. If something happens to both Kelly and I, we've left it to the girls in equal shares. Well, Bailey, my youngest, can't inherit. So the courts would have to appoint a conservator for her just to be able to receive those monies. Remember what I told you about conservatorship earlier? That's the court we want to avoid. So I just built a very simple trust in every will that says if anybody's entitled to inherit property from the decedent that's under the age of 18, they're just going to hold it into a simple little trust until they turn 21. Now, the reason I do 21 is because I remember when I was 18, if I had received any inheritance, it would not have gone to Georgia Tech. I would have bought me a truck. So I just extend that a little bit to 21, but if you wanted to say, I don't trust them at 25, so we can do it. I had one client that left, this was bad, put all their property they left their kids in trust until they were 50, 55, and 60. So they really didn't trust their kids to spend it. So we can do any age, but that's one simple example. Number 2, I mentioned it earlier, if you have a spouse with children from a previous marriage, and this is the reason. I'm going to have to step away from, so imagine that I am married, okay, and I have children, so let's just say that I'll knock me off. Kelly dies, I die, so my will says I leave everything to Kelly. But then Kelly remarries later on, and the idea is everything to go down to my kids, right? She then does a new will that says I leave it all to the new spouse. Then she dies. I've just disinherited my children by poor drafting, okay? So this is a place that a living trust can cure that kind of problem, okay? I put this next. Another place for immature children is perhaps you have, a place for trust is that you have immature children. Maybe they can't do 21 or 25, or they're just a fool, like a proverb fool, that like they don't need to have money. You can put somebody over it to handle the property for them, to preserve it for them. But this is a sample of that. Drug addiction, alcohol abuse, it's a problem that every month I represent grandmothers and grandparents that are having to take custody of great-grandchildren, grandchildren as a result of substance abuse. Every month we do this. So this is a clear example that you could put carrots and sticks on this money to say as long as you maintain your sobriety, the trust will keep paying out. But if you fall off, then it's cut off. So you can build trust to protect the property for kids, children that may have substance problems. The next is this is key, and I ask every client that comes in, are the people that we're leaving the property to, do any of them have special needs? I have a sister that has autism, and we've created a special needs trust for her because if she just received an inheritance from my father, and it would disqualify her from all of her federal benefits. So we don't want to do anything in our estate planning that's going to harm her getting Social Security disability, or Medicaid, okay? So this is an example that if there are children like that, we need to do some special planning to protect their eligibility for those federal benefits from the inheritance that you want to leave. And we just create a little box that protects it. If they have, if your kids have creditor problems or marital problems, it's a simple trust that we can create that protects the property from the divorce court. I had one client that came in, and he said, I don't care what we do, I just want to protect it from that gold-digging daughter-in-law. So I created a trust that protected it from her. Now, another thing that we'll talk about in just a second is for trust is it can avoid heirs property. And this is sort of where JC is kind of cutting edge in this area. But avoiding probate heirs property is a way we can use a trust for that purpose. Lastly, and this is just something I just want to dispel, how many of you, every political season, you hear the politicians talking about the death tax or inheritance taxes, or you hear that it's part of the political argument. I'm just going to tell you, there aren't many people that have to worry about estate tax anymore. Currently, as a couple, and I just want to make sure I'm going to say my number here right, you have to own more than $24 million in assets before you have to worry about the estate tax. If you're a single, $12 million. So I don't have a lot of clients. If you are in here and you have that, I'll give you my number at the end, and we can definitely talk. But again, as a general rule, just don't worry about inheritance taxes, death taxes, estate taxes in Alabama, or gift taxes, okay? It's just not an issue that most 99%, I think there's only 1,200 families in the whole U.S. that have to worry about it, okay? So let's talk about heirs property. I'm going to jump here, and this kind of, heirs property is something that we hear, and I don't think we really understand what it is, but basically heirs property is property that is owned, maybe was deeded to a grandparent, parent, and nothing's been done by way of deeds or last wills to pass that property down, okay? So for instance, Kelly, her grandfather, great-grandfather, has some acreage, rural property in Clay County. Well, through the years, the family, his children, nobody has a deed, but they just moved onto the property. They built houses, and then when they died, it passed down to their children. And the problem is, nobody owns that property outright. And this is why it becomes frozen. What I mentioned earlier is that there's this, just because it's in the family doesn't mean you own it. Okay? And so heirs property is property that where an original landowner died having good title, and then through the years, remember what I told you about intestacy? How the legislature decides how that property is divided? Imagine that happens generation after generation after generation. So here's an example that we've got a grandma and a grandpa that own 100 acres. Both of them died without any wills or anything, and they left it to their 4 children. So let me back up. It passed to their 4 children by intestacy. Then the child 1 died. Well, now grandchild has a 1/8 interest in every square inch of that 100 acres. Child 2 still living, so they have a 1/4 interest. But it gets messy over here. Look at child 4. So he died, and he had 4 children. Well, each of those grandchildren have a 1/16 interest. And you see how it keeps working down to these great-great-grandchildren. They're at 1/64. I had a property a few years ago in Coosa County that we were working on, and I had one person that had a 1/564 interest in the property. So they were joint owners of this property with at least 564 different people. No bank will lend money on that. Nobody will sell the property. Nobody will buy it, because you've got to get every one of those people. Before I can have clear title to that land, I got to get them all. Every one of them have to sign off on it, because there's no joint tenancy here. There's no rights that it automatically, because it passes, it just goes down in the generation after generation after generation. Now, the reason it impacts the community so much is, number one, it affects how the land is managed. Everybody's got a voice. Everybody, all 564 on that one case, had a right to be on the property, to reside there, to cut the timber, to do what you do with the land, to move cousin on, to give permission to move cousin on. And that's how you run into these situations where you've got old family property that have 10 trailers on it, and nobody can tell. Like, I ran into this lady, she contacted me a couple of years ago. She lived in North Carolina and had some heirs property. And so she was calling, Greg, I want to be able to sell this. And so I pulled up the map, the aerial photograph, and I was like, well, it looks like there's 4 houses on it. And she said, no, there shouldn't be any houses on it. And all right, so I was like, well, I'll drop by. And so imagine me, white guy, driving up onto this black family's property, knocking on the door. How are you living here? Like, do y'all have a deed or something? And they're like, yeah, we've got a deed. They've gotten a deed from somebody else, and it's just a mess. And so we had to undo that. Well, that's part. Everybody has the right to the property, like I said. And so other heirs had allowed people to move on, and then those people started claiming what's called adverse possession. They started saying, well, we've been here long enough, somebody's just stopped us from putting this trailer on here. And it just becomes a mess. The land cannot be developed. Again, you can't borrow on it. Nobody's going to sell it. Because there's no single person to deal with. There's no point person. Often you'll see this when nobody is responsible, or nobody's fully responsible, nobody really cares. So they don't pay the taxes. Or maybe one aunt's been paying the taxes all this year, and then she dies. Well, everybody else is just, well, somebody else has been paying the taxes all these years. So what happens to the property in that situation? Sold at a tax sale. And this comes back to one of the ways, one of the methods that the black community has lost so much property in the South is a result of the heirs property. And you hear me saying that I don't blame it, that there were generations where the courthouse was not trusted. And so there were generations of family property that there are no deeds that were ever recorded. They may be at home in a shoebox, but if they're not at the courthouse, title's not passed, okay? So this is where the heirs property really comes up. But this is also the place that was exploited until a few years ago, really. Still trying. So let's say that we've got, remember, I'm going to go back to my 567th guy. Let's say that you've got prime property. And JC's got one right now in Lee County. It's worth about $6 million in assets, and this developer wants it. They want it. The family doesn't want to sell it. They want to keep it in the family. Well, what happened was this developer approached one of the smaller shareholders, it was like a 1/300th interest holder, said, well, I'll pay you $500 for that little share. So they bought it, got a deed. They're now part of the family. And this is the danger, and this is what happens. So that when you own property as heirs property, any of the heirs or any of the developers that have bought it have a right to force a sale for what's called, or did, have a sale for partition. And that's where it can be put on auction. So now, all of a sudden, this wealth of property is now on the auction block, and you'll see that auctions bring about 60% less than the real fair market value if you'd marketed it. So this is the way that for years that heirs property was exploited by developers coming in, buying into the family, and then forcing the sales. Right now, we have a new statute that went into place. It's a uniform statute, uniform heirs property statute, and it sort of has changed the rules dramatically, okay? So I think what's one of the big things to take away is that, number one, if you get they can still try to sell the property, they can petition the court, but the rights are now on your side, on the family side, to buy them out. So they can't force the family to sell. They can at least try to divide it up, physically divide it up, but there's a lot of new protections. So hopefully going forward, we won't see that. But this is just the thing. You can't sit on your laurels if you get served. You've got to get to an attorney that knows what they're doing and how to respond to that to protect those rights. Because otherwise, it can just be sold piece by piece. So we want to avoid that, okay? But that's basically heirs part that I have here. I was going to do it, but there's if you look on Showtime on Vice, there's about a 30-minute show, very good, that explains heir property, how it impacts South Carolina. It really talks about all if you remember, all the land that was given to the freedmen on Hilton Head Island, and nobody cared about it until the 50s when they built a bridge to Hilton Head Island, and now all of a sudden that had been generational wealth. They started coming in, and it really demonstrates how that has taken place, that there's only a few families left that are now fighting off these developers, and I think South Carolina is actually changing the rules on them to allow them to do it. So that's just a brief introduction to heirs property. So last part, let's talk about Medicaid and the nursing home. So these are the 5 questions that you need to be asking yourself. Number 1, if something happens to you, you can't live at home, or you start deteriorating mentally, physically, where are you going to live? Number 2, how are you going to pay for it? Number 3, how are you going to get around and spend your time during that period? 4, who's going to be your support team? And 5, what other help will you need? What do you foresee that you're going to need? These are 5 questions everybody needs to be answering for themselves. because you're going to run into it. So let's talk about what I want to talk about here is long-term care in the nursing home. The question is, how will you pay if you have to go to the nursing home? Okay. Number one, I'm not talking about assisted living. Assisted living, the only help is if you've got money in your pocket. That's it. Medicare nor Medicaid assist with assisted living. The nursing home is a way, 3 ways that you pay for it. Is one, you private pay. You pay for it out of your pocket. You sell your land, you sell your houses, your cars to fund it. That's number one. Number two is long-term care health insurance. That's a special policy that you can buy. I'll be frank, it's very expensive. They're coming up with some better products now that may be more financially feasible for that. It's worth looking into. Third is Medicaid. Now, I want to make sure that everybody hears what I'm saying when I say Medicaid, not Medicare. Medicare pays for your health insurance. It's like your health insurance. Medicare says long-term staying in the nursing home, that's not health care. That's room and board. So we don't pay for that. The only time Medicare will pay for your nursing home is, say, for instance, you're in the hospital, you fell and broke your hip. And they did some surgery, and they said, we want to rehab you for a little bit. So they shipped you over to the nursing home for rehab. Medicare says, that sort of looks health care-y, so we'll pay for that, but we're only going to pay for about 21 days of it. You may have heard this swing beds. That's the phrase they don't pay for very long. So most people are looking for Medicaid as the vehicle to pay. All right, Medicaid is number one for the impoverished, and when they say poor, they mean poor, like real poor. You can only have a certain amount of income. You can have only a certain amount of assets. So the way this works is when somebody goes into the nursing home and they apply for Medicaid to pay for that, they're going to take a snapshot of your entire estate and add up everything you own. And they count it. So let's say, I'm just going to make up a number here. Let's say that your total estate is $60,000. Okay? They will say, well, it's about $6,000 a month for the stay, so we're going to disqualify you for 10 months to sort of force you to sell your stuff to fund that period. And then they'll start paying, but they force you to do it at the end. Now, they don't just stop there. Not only do they count the things you own on the day you apply for Medicaid, but they also look back for 60 months and ask, have you given any property away for less than fair market value? And if you have, they count it against you. So to give you an example, with my grandmother, we were at this point looking for this. My mom applied for Medicaid for her. Grandmother got to the point that she couldn't stay at home. I tried to talk my mama into putting her in earlier because grandmother ended up having all these strokes. She couldn't walk, and so my mama would do this dance with her every morning from the bed to the lazy boy, and then from the lazy boy to the bathroom all day. And it just wore my mom out. I mean, she was physically hurting herself trying to keep grandmother, really, and my Aunt Violet out of the nursing home. So finally we got to the point that she was like, I can't do it anymore, and we couldn't afford the sitters. So we did this, but my point here is Medicaid workers are crazy. So I hope nobody's in here in Medicaid. So, but what I mean by that is they look at things like this. Let's say that you've been tithing every week. So less than fair market value transfers. They're going to count that against you. Crazy one, I had a client that their son had got arrested, so she went and bonded him out she paid like $750 to bond him out of jail. They counted that as a gift to her son and disqualified her for another month of Medicaid. So these rules are very strict, okay? So, but they don't count everything. Number one, if you're married and one of you stay in the home, they don't count the value of the home, okay? But if the person at home dies or they go to the nursing home, it's all counted. They don't count your burial policies or funeral items. I encourage everybody to do that. Number three, some of your personal property, they don't count. They don't count one vehicle. So I always say if it's time to get rid of the 1971 junker truck and let's get us a new Lexus. They don't care about the value of that vehicle. You get to keep one. So let's transfer from countable assets to a non-countable way. And the spouse gets to keep a little bit. There's a formula, but basically it's somewhat 1/2 of the assets of the family are non-countable for the institutionalized. So what are some ways that we can plan? Early transfers of property. This is a way to, the earlier you get it out, if we can start that 60-month window and get it down to the kids or the family, get it out of your name, it's a good way to do it. Number two, a lot of people hear about this $16,000 of gift that you can give away. I have clients that hear this all the time. And that's true for gift taxation. Medicaid has no rules. There's no $15,000, $16,000 you get to give away free. Life estate deeds. This is the most potent thing that I use. And this is where you can go ahead and deed the property down to the children, reserve a life estate in the property, which means that you own it, control it during your lifetime, but at your death, it automatically passes down to the kids. The reason I like that is if we can get outside of that 60-month window, Medicaid doesn't count that asset. Okay? It's just a very powerful tool. Make home improvements. Again, spending, building ramps, extending the width of the doors for wheelchairs, good expenditures. Spend it on yourself, your health care. Spend it on yourself. It's okay. Now, this next is something that personal service contracts is what I developed for my grandmother and my mom. Mom was doing all that, right? She's doing everything for her, running the grocery store, cooking. If we had been paying a sitter for that, that would have been, we could have paid, and Medicaid would have said that was okay. But they say you can't just give the money to the kids. So I created this contract that said if it's okay to pay the little boy next door to cut the grass, I should be able to pay, my grandmother should be able to pay mom. So I just created a contract that said for every hour mom works, grandmother's going to pay her, even though she was doing it already, she was going to pay her, and mom claimed it on her income. Every time we went to the doctor, I had the doctor put in his notes that if it wasn't for my mom doing all this, grandmother would be in the nursing home. So this is a powerful way. There was one family in Randolph County that I helped a few years ago. They had 3 children. They provided 24-hour care around the clock, and we moved about $180,000 out to the kids without having to go, without disqualification, okay? So it's a powerful way. And the last is spend it on yourself. I saw this bumper sticker on this big RV van that had a bumper sticker that said, "I'm spending my kids' inheritance." It's okay to spend it on yourself, to take some trips, okay? Now's the time to do this. Here's the last cartoon. While this lawyer's telling this old man, while yes, your will is beautifully written, I'm afraid a few of the state laws may have changed since 1942. I encourage you, just like you go to the doctor every year for a checkup, go to an estate planning attorney about every 3 to 5, because your situation changes, your family changes, the laws change, your finances change. It's good just to have a checkup periodically. And you need to do it sooner than later, because you hear that once you die, once you become incapacitated, there's no further planning. We need to do that now, okay? Now, I've gone way over, and I'm sorry. I'm willing to take any questions, and I don't know if the moderators want me to keep taking them from here, but I'm going to stick around for any questions that y'all may have. So, all right, boys. All right, 3 minutes. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
What about hospice?
Okay. Hospice is a program that can come into your home, usually, but this is the thing you have to watch out for here. So any services that are provided in the home, you may have heard this term Medicaid waiver, okay? And these are programs that say DHR or another state agency is using Medicaid funds to pay for those workers to come in the home. Alabama has taken the position that any expenditures of Medicaid funds, so even if you don't go to the nursing home, Medicaid can come after the estate for those monies, okay? So that's the problem you've got to watch out for, is who's funding hospice in that program, or whatever service providers are coming into the home. I've had 3 within the last few years, clients that came in and they're like, Greg, we got this letter from Medicaid saying we owed them this money, and mom never went to the nursing home. And that's where we kind of rewound it back, and they had taken in-home services that were Medicaid waiver programs. Okay?
Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. All right. Yes, so just all right, so timeshares, was it in Alabama or in Florida? Or just one of those roving ones, the kind that you can pick different states? Yeah. So a timeshare can be very troublesome because, number one, it's outside of the state. Remember what I told you, that's one of the, it's a property asset in a different state that if you die, you have to probate the estate here. Then we have to go hire lawyers out in Nevada and open up an ancillary administration out there just to be able to transfer that asset to who you want it to go to. So those assets are, that's one of the things that I recommend, getting those things into a living trust, because not many people are buying timeshares in Alabama. So that's the type, but it's a real property asset that would require probably more expense in dealing with it than it's worth. And that's what a lot of clients say, just like, it's not worth it. I don't, it's a $1,500, week timeshare. We're not going to spend $5,000 to get a $1,500 asset. So it's a tough asset. I would try to get out of it if you could. And attorneys that can assist you on getting out from underneath that too. All right? Yes, sir. Yes, that's the new provision.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. So the question was under the new uniform heirship property statute, does it allow for other heirs to buy out the person that's trying to force the petition? And the answer is yes. There's a series of buyout rounds that enable pieces. So if the people that are petitioning for the sale, that other heirs can say, we will buy you out, rather than us making it all the way to a sale for division, okay? So, but the problem is often, so for instance, that case I was telling you about with JC, the heirs, the family, we don't have that kind of money to buy out that $1 million interest. So it's just because they weren't able to get that far. That's the problem that there is. But yes, the majority of the time, and let me just, since the statute went into place, before, every case that I was ever participated on, and it was about 40 of these cases, proceeded to a sale. Okay, because in the old days, this is the other thing, there was an advantage for the lawyers, all right? There was an advantage to be the plaintiff, because if you were the first to the courthouse, the lawyers got 10% of the sale. Yeah, and so if I had an incentive to push it to sale, because 10% of $1 million is nice. But now, since the statute has come into play, and under the cases we've been operating under the uniform, we've not made it to an auction yet. It's completely inverted the process. A good statute, it's just and has completely, I think, done what it's supposed to have done, which was to protect family property. Okay? Yes, ma'am. I'll keep going until they pull me off.
I would like you to repeat what you said about a parent being able to transfer their home, their property, to their children
Yes.
You said that was a way to avoid the probate?
Yes.
Okay, would you repeat?
Yes, ma'am. So the question was, wanted me to repeat about parents transferring property to the kids and reserving that right to own it and control it. And that's called a life estate deed. And it's a form of joint ownership. Remember, I told you about me and my wife, that when I die, her half goes to me and vice versa. A life estate deed is just saying, I'm giving you the right to get it after I die, but not before. And during your lifetime, you control it. You can kick the kids off if you want. You have that much control. You continue responsible for the taxes, and if you're exempt, you remain exempt. But when you die, the property automatically goes to them, regardless of what your will says, because it trumps the will, so we can avoid that probate expense, because the deed automatically has conveyed it to them. And there's also the added benefit of it potentially protecting the property from Medicaid's view. Okay? But it's called a life estate deed. All right? All right. They're kicking me off. Thank y'all very much. Oh.
All right, let's give Attorney Varner another hand. That was some good information. Now, that was a lot of information, all right? So there's an opportunity for you to learn more. As I said before, you can join the VCLI's classes on Thursday, November 2nd, and November 2nd, 16th, and 30th, where we're talking about resolving heirs property issues. And we do have recordings for our I forgot the date now. October classes that we've had. We've had 2 sessions. We talked about an overview of heirs property, as well as preventing heirs property through estate planning and different ways to write the will, the last will and testament. So we want you all to be informed, and I thank you so much for providing that and providing those examples so that it's clear. So at this time, I want to give you an appreciation gift from the VCLI. So give him another hand. And you'll be around? So he said he'll be around. We have about a 15-minute break in between this session and our general session, which will wrap us up for the day. So you have about 15 minutes to go back and visit with the vendors. You have a question? His phone number. Come give it to the masses.
Can y'all put the slide back up there? Is it too late? If we can get that very last slide. This is more fancy, but this is, the millennials in my office are now doing this. The very last slide is a QR code, and you can just take a picture of it. Okay. All right. All right. Our phone number is 256-354-5464, and our website is gregvarnerlaw.com. And so we've got a lot of material on our website. If you want to read more about everything we've talked about, you can go there. But yeah, and we do have a paralegal that's here in Madison County. So if we can do a consult by phone or by Zoom, and then arrange for a signing if y'all needed to. So we can do the consult online or on the phone. They are not pro bono. That is true. Oh, I'm sorry. 256-354-5464. Yes, ma'am. 5464. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have about a 10-minute break. We will see some commercials from our Successful Aging virtual conference that features some of the seniors who are here. So we want you to see some of the 2022, 2021 commercials if you decide to stay in here. But we will start again. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. Oh, the classes are virtual. The Heirs Property Series is virtual. It starts at 6 o'clock. We end about 8 o'clock or shortly before, because we want to make sure we give you the information and answer questions. And they are presented by attorneys. And we're actually planning for spring to have some community events around the topic. Any other questions? All right. There's a gathering in the corner over here. So we want you to see some of the 2022, 2021 commercials if you decide to stay in here. But we will start again. Yes, ma'am. Oh, the classes are virtual. The Heirs Property Series is virtual. It starts at 6 o'clock. We end about 8 o'clock or shortly before because we want to make sure we give you the information and answer questions. And they are presented by attorneys. And we're actually planning for spring to have some community events around the topic. Any other questions? All right.
My name is M.L. Martin Wright Rogers. Throughout the years, I've been aggressive, and if there was something I wanted, of course I asked the Lord for it, but then I pursued it. This is the second book that I wrote. I used to tell stories to my children and even to the grandchildren. Mother, tell us about when you were a little girl.
Childhood. I'm feeling great today. Today is a special day for me, and I'm feeling great. Well, when I was a child, I grew up, my parents was farmers. They lived on a farm. My life mostly was childhood days were seeing the cows come in the lot and you was going to stalls and such as that. And first the work part was mostly the garden. I remember working in the garden a little bit when I got big enough to know what gardening was. I worked in the garden. Matter of fact, I was the only boy. There was girls there, but the only boy. I got a little extra privilege by being a boy because I'd done some things that girls couldn't do, that boys had to do, so I had a pretty good life growing up. Again, while I grew to be a pretty old man. My military service, I say, was great. I started off, when you enter, you always start off as a private. So I entered in service as a private, done well, and my activities in service, marching, and talking, and doing the things soldiers do to get up in the service. So I done enough to be eligible to get graduated from a private up to a corporal, from a corporal to a sergeant. So when you get to be a sergeant, you're part of the top service in the Army. So I was a sergeant, so I had to come through a lot to be a sergeant, but I made it and I was thankful. And my activities, my job as a sergeant was training and teaching the youngsters that's coming in service. Some of them was coming in as privates. Some of them was coming in as some school teachers. We had school teachers come in there that's bolder than highfalutin grant students, but still they had to be taught the Army regulation, the service that the Army teaches most of the services that enter service. Good thing is living and being knowing that you're living, conscious of the things that's happening in your old days. So that's the good part about it. And knowing your surroundings, area you live in, and more especially knowing your family, your children, knowing your children, how many you got now and how many you had back then when you was coming up. My life has been, I say, normal for an old man. I can't remember like I used to, but I can still think of some of the things I've done when I was growing up. And I try to live the life that I would recommend most youngsters. Try to do the things of life that's pleasant in the sights of humanity and the master who's keeping them alive each day.
Test. How do you say it? Oh, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're going to draw for a few door prizes. So pull out your tickets if you have them. Okay, first ticket. Everybody listen up. Last four digits, 6112. Got a winner? Oh, 6112. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, right in the back. Coming up the aisle. We have a winner. Oh, come. How many prizes we doing? Two? Two prizes? I don't think so. Okay, here we go. Last four digits, 6100. 6100 in the back. Yay. Check them up. Ah, Mix it up. Okay, I'm gonna close it and mix it. They told me two, but let's do one more. How about that? Okay. Okay, so this is out of the 6100s. 5833. Oh, we've got another winner all the way in the back. 5833. Should I keep going? I'm putting you to work, aren't I? Okay, so Dr. DeWitt pulled out two. So let's see what we have. 5974. 5974. Yay. Are these? Oh, okay, so we found a pair of glasses. If anyone's missing them, do we have a lost and found out front? We don't. Registration table. Are those your glasses? Okay. All right, we've got a taker. Last door prize. Danielle is cutting me off. Okay. 6038. 6038, right there. Yay. Congratulations, everyone. One quick announcement. Lunch will be served immediately following this session in the fellowship hall. Is that it? Okay. So my name is Lydia Weeks. I am the Alabama Cares Program Coordinator at TARCOG, and I will serve as your moderator for this session. I have the privilege of introducing Dr. Belvia W. Matthews. Is she here? Okay. Oh, there she is. Hi, Dr. Matthews. Sorry. I don't have a program. You got it. Okay.
All right, so with cooperative extension, we've had a lot of changes since we've had an SAI event. Me being one of them, right? You're like, who is that lady? So I am the new site director for the BCLI, but we also have a new interim 1890 administrator, and he's also the vice president for research and economic development at Alabama A&M University. Dr. Majid L. DeWitt is going to bring greetings at this time. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. So, thank you for the invite. This is exciting. I sat through the last session, and I can tell you, I was really excited about that information. So, and I think I'm going to start to do some planning myself. So, but this is exciting. So I am very proud of our team to put this together. This is very informative program, but also it's very essential to our community. So I'm always try to listen to our seniors because they have the expertise. And I'll tell you where my personal interest, when I learned about the senior program that we have here at Alabama A&M. So I'm interested in learning about your experience. Here we have, if I start to count about the number of years that we have in this hall, it worth more of thousands of years of experience that we're sitting right here. And who can learn from those experiences? Our young generation. Our young generation are in need of your expertise so you can share with them your expertise so they can excel in life. Why I'm saying that? Because in my previous institution where I served in another sister institution, another HBCU institution, I learned a lot by putting the two generation, and we call it inner generation, our youth with our seniors. And I can tell you, we have positive and excellent results by having those two generations sit side by side. And we measure the success. So I'll tell you this, after I leave from here, I'm going to meet with our team to see how we can leverage the knowledge that you have, that you can extend to our youth and our young generation. This is very important, very essential to us and to our new generation. I know we want to take care of you, and you want to take care of us. You want to take care of our youth and young generation. I'm excited for this. I will be around. I would love to learn more about you and what the experience that you have to bring, but this is very exciting. Again, thank you very much for attending, and thanks our team for putting this together. Thank you.
Okay, now let's meet our featured guest here, Dr. Belvia W. Matthews is a native of Huntsville, Alabama. She is a licensed clinical psychologist by the state of Alabama. She is co-owner of Psychological and Counseling Associates right here in Huntsville. Dr. Matthews earned a bachelor's degree in psychology from Columbia Union College, currently known as Washington Adventist University, located in Tacoma Park, Maryland. She received a master's degree in guidance and counseling with an emphasis in personnel management from the Alabama A&M University. She also earned a doctoral degree from Michigan State University in clinical psychology, minoring in industrial psychology. Through Psychological and Counseling Associates, Dr. Matthews provides a wide range of services to meet the needs of children, adolescents, teens, adults, and seniors from various cultural backgrounds in a variety of clinical settings. Her counseling interests include providing therapy to adolescents, families, and couples. Dr. Matthews presents seminars on a wide range of subjects, including mental health concerns, such as stress management, depression, anxiety, abuse, and trauma. She educates and counsels on self-esteem development, grief, marriage enrichment, multicultural counseling, parenting effectiveness, communication skills, and adolescent stressors. Dr. Matthews was employed at Oakwood University in Huntsville, Alabama for 25 years as a professor of psychology and the chair of the psychology department. Some of Dr. Matthews' past and present professional memberships include the following: American Psychological Association, Alabama Psychological Association, North Alabama Association of Licensed Psychologists, Association of Black Psychologists, Association of Social and Behavioral Scientists, and the Mental Health Association of Madison County. She is actively engaged in various civic organization leaderships, serving the Huntsville Metro Black Chamber of Commerce, Women Business Council, Huntsville Madison Chamber of Commerce, Operation Reach Back, North Alabama Coalition for the Homeless, and Oakwood Adventist Academy. Dr. Matthews is a member of Oakwood University, Seventh-day Adventist Church in Huntsville, Alabama. For approximately 40 years, she has been active in various ministries, specifically the Family Life Department. The former Belvia Wright has been married for 53 years to Dr. Calvin Matthews. They have 4 adult children and 13 grandchildren. She enjoys traveling nationally and internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Belvia Matthews.
First, I want to thank you for the invitation. And I'm really disappointed that my mother is not here. Last week, she started complaining about her head hurting. And so she just continued to complain. And so we took her to Huntsville Hospital. And yesterday, they found out the issue is that she's been having multiple strokes. So she was really planning on coming. Danielle had given us the brochure and she had it on the wall so she would not forget the date. So all I can say is just keep her in prayer for me, please. And I can say that at a church, to keep her in prayer. Okay, now my assignment was to talk to you about aging healthily. We want to be healthy as we age. And so this video that I like, it says that it is a privilege to grow old. You know, sometimes we might think of it as being negative, but in reality, the alternative is not very good, is it? You know, living and getting older or not living. And you can, and I'm sure many of you have gone to several funerals. I mean, nowadays, young people, you know, in their 30s and 40s and 50s, it just seems to be more than before. And so then it is a privilege that's denied by many. So now when we think of aging, let's see, are they doing the videos? I don't see any videos up there. Let me just wait. It's supposed to be a PowerPoint going with this. I'm looking at okay, good. I'm thinking you all are seeing what I'm saying. Okay, so that's the video on that growing older is a privilege. Excuse me. Going to the next one. Okay. When we think, and I might have to get my water that's over there by my purse. When we think about aging, I'm going to get me some water. I've been staying up in the hospital. When we think of the older population, we're getting older and older. And so because of medicine, we're living longer, aren't we? And so statistically, they're saying by 2050, the population of individuals over 65 years old will double. And so we are living longer. We're having more and more people who are living in their 90s, who are living, 98, 100. And so because of that, mental health issues just continue as we get older. In fact, statistically, they're saying 1 out of 4 elderly person will have mental issues. And because there's so many transitional things that happen, your body begins to change, and we can all say that we can't do what we did 30 years ago. Our eyesight, just different, our body shape changes. Many times people leave their home. You get to a point that you moved out of your home, and sometimes you move where your children live. If you don't have any children living where you are living, then you have to go where they are. Your children take your car keys from you. And that really limits you. So you can see why when that happens, you have different issues that occur. Now, when we talk about mental health, primarily, I'm going to mention the more common ones. We go to the next one. Okay. Depression is the primary mental health issue that not just senior citizens, but in the United States that people experience, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. Dementia is another, anxiety, substance abuse, and suicide. And it's really interesting that individuals over 65 are among the highest rate of people who are committing suicide. So suicide is significant. You know, a lot of times we don't like to talk about suicide, but that is something that is significant. Going to the next slide. Now this is really important when we talk about mental illness. If my arm is broken, you see me in a cast, don't you? If my leg is broken, you see me, hobbling along. But if I'm depressed, if I'm experiencing anxiety, generally you're not going to be able to look at me and see that. And we have been taught that when we leave our house, how do we generally look? We put a smile on our face. And so, this little information I have up here, you can tell how much suffering is on a face always smiling, because we have been taught, whatever happens, you're going to go and you're going to be strong. But you can be suffering from different things. Okay, going to the next, we're going to talk about depression some. 8% of people who are adults are suffering from depression. It's the most common mental illness. And depression is not something that you just snap out of it. Sometimes people have an attitude, oh, she needs to get over it. She needs to move forward. But it's kind of like a chemical imbalance, and you just don't get over it. And so with older people, many times people are saying, oh, that's just part of aging. And it's not necessarily part of aging. And so the important thing to remember, though, depression can be treated. It's something that can be treated. And so we want to keep that in mind. Moving to the next slide. Situations will happen that will make you sad. You lose your spouse, you lose your friends. You're going to be sad, but that's not the same as depression. Sadness is more of a temporary something that might occur for a month or 6 months, depending on what happened. And so everybody has ups and downs. It's a natural emotion. And the difference is that with sadness, it's brief. Depression is not brief. And so you'll have individuals who have struggled with depression since adolescence. And here they are 50, 60, or 70, and they're still struggling with depression. Moving to the next one, here are some symptoms of depression. You're sad, you feel empty, you just feel like there's nothing in you. You just don't feel like you can just move forward. You feel hopeless, feel guilty, helpless. And many times when you feel this way, you're going to be irritable. You're not going to be up because people are trying to tell you, snap out of it, or what's wrong with you. And it's just something that's hard for you to explain. Things that you used to do, maybe enjoyed fishing, maybe enjoyed traveling, maybe enjoyed having people come to your house. You don't find any pleasure in those type things anymore. And you just don't have the energy. Sometimes individuals who are depressed, they might stay in the bed. You call them at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they're still in the bed. Well, why are you still in the bed? Oh, I don't know, I just don't feel good. But they're depressed, and so they're just struggling. So you want to be more empathetic. Okay, going to the next slide. They might talk slower. They have difficulty concentrating because, again, if you have this feeling on you that you just can't move, you're just going to be not able to function well. Difficulty sleeping. You might eat more or eat less. And again, you might have suicidal thoughts. Again, we don't like to talk about suicide. But a person can say, I wish that I didn't wake up. They're saying things that's kind of giving you clues that they're feeling depressed. Now, we're going to move to talking about anxiety. There can be situations where a person naturally is going to be anxious, but being anxious and having it as a disorder is different from an anxiety disorder. Being anxious interferes with a person being able to function, and sometimes if you're anxious, you're going to overreact to a situation, and ordinarily you would not have responded that way. And many times anxiety can be the result of an experience that you've had. Say, for example, if a person has been in a car accident, their anxiety might be to the point that they can't drive on the interstate like they used to. They can't do things that they used to because of being overwhelmed with anxiety. In fact, an example that I like to use, we have plenty of tornadoes here, don't we? And so if we are in a building that has windows and we see the roof flying around, we see the trees swaying back and forth, and we already know that there's possible tornadoes in the area, how are we going to feel? We're going to be scared and anxious, aren't we? And so a person who is experiencing anxiety disorders, nothing is happening, but they're having those similar experiences. And so those are what we call anxiety disorders. And some of the symptoms, nervous, restlessness, breathing rapidly, sweating. If a person might be having a panic attack, and many times individuals, when they're having panic or anxiety attacks, they think they're going to the hospital, that they're having a heart attack. And so they go to the hospital, and the doctor checks them out, but it's really just high anxiety. And, I've seen individuals, in fact, I had a student, and he was so anxious when he took exams, his hands would be so wet that the paper that we would use to score, we had to do it manually because it was so wet. And so people have anxiety over a wide range of things. And just because you're older, it doesn't mean that you still don't struggle with anxiety. Okay, you can go to the next one. The next slide. Okay, and that's a slide that has some of the different anxiety symptoms that I was talking about. Okay, moving to the next slide. Many times individuals who have anxiety, they also are experiencing depression because, if you're depressed, then sometimes situations that you are avoiding will cause and create anxiety for you. And so the main thing is that it's not, sometimes people say, oh, that's just in a person's mind. They're actually experiencing it, and you want to be empathetic toward them. Now, sometimes we wonder what causes anxiety or depression. And many times it's a genetic predisposition. A person can say, because let's say a generation ago or 2 generations ago, we did not know these labels. A person might just say, oh, that person is just so scary. That person doesn't have any get up and go about it. That person just has an imagination. Because really they were not diagnosed because we didn't have those resources available to us. Environment. Some individuals live in very, very stressful environments. And even though they might have moved away from those environments, some of the experiences that they've had still impacting their behavior. And then psychological factors. Our brain is an organ just like our heart, our liver. And we have no issues generally when a person says, I have a bad heart, or my kidneys need to be are not functioning. And we live in a sinful world where we have, we deteriorate, don't we? And so the brain is an organ just like any other organ. And so it can also deteriorate. So we want to kind of keep that in mind. Now, there are some factors medical conditions such as stroke and cancer that can affect a person's mental ability, your family history, stress. Even if you are taking care of someone who is ill, that stress can affect taking care of a person, and they pass before the person that they were taking care of. And so, we're not doing a presentation on caregivers, but caregivers have to take care of themselves also. And if not, you have the effect. And then sleep problems can also, not a risk factor, but it can be a cause. Some other risk factors: lack of exercise and physical activity, limitation of what you can do, addiction and alcohol. A lot of times we talk about addictions in the younger population, but if you have addictions in your younger population, it just doesn't go away because you get older. Sometimes we think once we get older, everything's going to change, but those same issues that you are experiencing and suffering with when you're younger, if it's not resolved, it continues. And so, let's see, moving to the next one. Okay. Now, these are risk factors, but they don't necessarily cause it. Death and divorce. I was with someone a couple of weekends ago, and they had lost their husband after 65 years of marriage. That's a long time. So whether you've been with your husband for 65 years or whether you've been with him for 15 years, when you have a companion who's been with you and they're not here anymore, that is a risk factor. Coming from a dysfunctional family, that's, we use the professional word dysfunctional. In the past, you just said a crazy acting family. And some people come from those families, because that's one thing, we have no control of who brings us home from the hospital, do we? No control. And some of us are brought home from the hospital in loving homes, and others, DHR need to have come earlier, but they don't. Okay. Other risk factors: feeling inadequate, low self-esteem, anger, anxiety, or loneliness. And let me just mention something about low self-esteem. Many times individuals have been given such negative information about themselves, whether it's the teacher or whether it's a parent, and so a person can even accomplish things in life. They might be in different professions, but that little voice in them from childhood that told them that you're not going to be anything, or that you're not any good, or that you're going to be a failure, even though they're living in the nice house, they have the nice office, other people think so much of them, but again, that little voice telling them that. So sometimes that's a challenge that a person has to work through so that they can be mentally healthy. See, I don't know if he's keeping up with me, because I'm moving on. And I don't see the videos up there. Okay, it's up there now. Okay, social isolation. And that was really an issue during COVID, wasn't it? Because individuals were locked in, you did not go to church. It's something that no one really had ever experienced. And so social isolation, staying at home most of the time, and so we want to keep in mind there's a difference between social isolation and loneliness. Because I can be in a house with people, but they're ignoring me, or they're not including me. So social isolation, we think of that as staying at home most of the time. You're refusing interpersonal interactions, you're avoiding social situations, and you're feeling alone or separated. And sometimes people don't understand, many times when a person is experiencing anxiety, to come into a church or come into any facility where there are other people, the anxiety is so high, so they tend to isolate themselves. Now, this is loneliness. Again, you could be sitting in a church pew every week, but you still feel lonely. And so being lonely is subjective, is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that no one cares about me, no one is interested in me. And so you feel empty, you feel distressed, and that is very, very challenging for a person. And as a person gets older and their friends begin to pass, they're not able to get up and move and so forth, it's easy to feel lonely and to be isolated. And so these are some of the risks for loneliness and isolation in the next slide. You know, having limited social support, having trouble hearing. You know, when you cannot hear, what happens to communication? It's gone. And so individuals can get hearing aids, but many times whatever they have is not functioning well. And so that will really isolate a person. Living in a rural area, an unsafe area, hard to reach neighborhood. If you have a language barrier, say for example, everyone around you speak English and you speak Spanish, then that's going to be a barrier for you. Then experiencing age, racism, ethnic racism. It's just so many different types of racism that you can experience nowadays. Not having any meaningful activities. You know, you don't have to be going to work, but everyone needs to have something that's meaningful to them. In fact, there was a person that was really kind of handicapped and they couldn't get out, but they had gotten a job working for an agency where they were just calling individuals to talk to them and just encourage them. And it was an encouragement to them because he gave them something to do. Again, not leaving your home, having major losses, having a struggle with money. You know, when you go to the store nowadays, everything is so expensive. And Social Security and the different incomes that people have, they have not increased like inflation, have they? And so for some individuals who are barely making it with what has happened nowadays, they're trying to decide what they can eat and how much they can eat. And so that makes it difficult. Being a caretaker, a caregiver is different. And then psychological and cognitive challenges. Okay, this is one, if you can do the next video, the next slide. Okay, this is one that I like. It says, my body says I'm in my 20s. My mind says I'm in my 20s, but my body says, you wish. And you know, people can say, oh, you look so good and you look so young. And we do look younger than we used to, say, a decade ago. You know, when my grandparents were in the 70s, I thought they were old. Now I don't think of 70s as being old. But, so our mind can say that, but our bodies, though, tell us a little different. Okay. And so, if I'm going to talk to those who are interested in about how to watch out for their loved ones first. You know, if any of these symptoms that you see that's occurring with your loved ones, you want to have your antennas up. You don't want to just ignore it. If you see a change in their sleep pattern, either they're sleeping so long or they're not getting enough sleep, then you want to have your antennas up. If when you talk to them, they seem to be experiencing a lot of stress, if they are experiencing suicidal thoughts. And again, many times when individuals mention suicide or I wish I wasn't here anymore, people shut that conversation down. They don't want to hear anything else, but you want to be open to listen to them. If they have trouble feeling positive emotions, because sometimes individuals have just trouble just thinking that, you know, I'm worth something, I'm important, you know, having these positive thoughts. Okay, if you observe unusual ideas or behavior, or if you're observing that they're becoming dependent on drugs and alcohol, they talk about being hopeless and giving up, like, you know, I don't want to live. having headaches, being irritable, doing risky things. So those are things that you want, if any of your loved ones are doing that, you want to say to yourself, what can I do? And that's what the next slide is going to tell you. Okay. So you're going to ask the question. Ask questions. A lot of times we don't ask questions. We just assume things are really because we're so busy, we like to ignore it and pretend like we don't see it, because that makes us feel better. But you want to ask questions and ask, how are you feeling? And listen. We have how many ears? And how many mouths do we have? Yeah, so it's not mouths with an S to it, it's just one. So we tend to want to talk more than we listen. So you want to listen and hear what's going on. Ask them how you're feeling and be specific. Are you anxious? Are you feeling sad? What's going on with you? And so when you're younger, you like people to listen to you, don't you? And so when a person gets older, sometimes you might have to speak louder and talk slower, but just take your time and listen to them. You also want to discuss, next slide, you want to discuss with their physician what you have observed. And a lot of times you need to go with the person to the physician, because people tend to minimize. And so if you go there, you can say, well, remember, you said this, remember you said that, remember you're not doing this, because they want to present themselves as that same healthy person that they used to be. And talk to the pharmacist. The pharmacists, they know a lot about chemistry, so they know about drug interaction, and sometimes they're even more available than the physician. And so you also can bring your loved one to a geriatric psychologist or psychiatrist for management. Okay. Now, this is another slide that I like. Turn to the next one. Next? Okay, good. Okay, I like this one. I can hardly believe it. I'm rich. I have silver in my hair. I have gold in my teeth. I have crystals in my kidneys. I have sugar in my blood. I have lead in my butt. I have iron in my arteries, and an exhaustible supply of natural gas. I think that's cute. Now, what can you do as you age to take care of yourself? Taking care of your body, eating healthy, balanced diet, being physically active, staying in touch with others, and sleep is important, and having a positive attitude. So I'm going to kind of go through those kind of quickly, because I think you've had some seminars on that. For taking care of your body, we only have one body, and when we do things ourselves to break it down, and then we pray and ask the Lord to restore what we didn't do. So there's some things that we can do. What we eat is important, exercising. In fact, unfortunately, my mother's not here, but she has a stationary bicycle in the room. She stays between me and my sister. And so in my house, we're giving her 2 bedrooms. So she has a bedroom, then the other bedroom is her den. So she has a stationary bike, and then she'll go to our front porch and walk back and forth 10 times to get her exercise. She believes in that. Water is important, because our body is such a large proportion is water, so we need water. Sunshine, air, temperance, rest. And I think, as a spiritual body, we need to trust in the Lord. Okay, going to the next slide. Let's see. Okay, and I think you all might have had something, but I'll just go through this quickly. You want to eat a variety of foods and rotate it. Avoid saturated fats. Drink plenty of water. avoid processed foods, avoid salt, eat fiber, natural carbohydrates, avoid adding sugar, and reduce your caffeine, and eat food. Because sometimes if you read the ingredients on some of this food, you wonder what it really is. Exercising. We all talk about we need to exercise more. I think in fact, the companies that sell exercise equipment, they've made a really good business out of it, haven't they? But, and most of us have plenty of exercise equipment. It's just that we don't use it. And so that's something that we have to always work on, is using the equipment that we already have. And if we don't have equipment, there's plenty of land the Lord has made that we can walk on it and get some exercise. And you can see the different things here, how exercise helps us. In fact, they're saying for those who are 65 and older, we should do at least 150 minutes a week in exercise, and that we should do at least 2 days a week of activities that strengthen our muscles. And when we do this, it not only helps us physically, but it helps our mind, doesn't it? And just going outside, getting that fresh air helps us versus staying in all the time. Staying in touch with family. Even if a person cannot, next slide, even if a person is limited, we have the phone, so you can call individuals, you can talk to individuals, and you can send cards to individuals and maintain that friendship. Because many times, again, as you get older, many times you end up moving places where your children are, if you don't have children living where you live. And then I just have a few things listed that you can do to get involved. You can find a faith-based organization to become involved in. You can check resources, social services, community centers, senior centers. There's always organizations that need volunteers. And instead of staying in the house all the time, get out and do something, get involved in the community. And so it keeps you going physically as well as mentally. And sometimes a person has to think, you're busy doing your career, doing things, but there are things that you used to do when you were younger, different hobbies. And so you can go back to some of those hobbies and get involved in them, as well as you can learn something new. Even if you don't understand it, it'll help develop those brain cells. I don't know that much about stocks and all that, so I said, well, I'm going to take a class. I did take a class. I don't know how much was absorbed, but I did take the class. I said, well, maybe I'll develop some new brain cells just listening to it. But so it's nice to kind of do something that's different and also renew the things that you used to do to keep yourself going. And here's another slide that I like. You laughed, and so we have the gray hair, means that you cared. Scars mean that you lived, because as you go through this life, you are going to have scars. You're going to have challenges. The only people who don't have challenges are those that are not alive. And so each day we get up, we are going to be facing something. And so we want to have a positive attitude about that. Okay, let me just mention this. A lot of times you're not tech savvy, but there are computer classes online and present to help you to be able to learn. Because the young people, many times we're asking our grandchildren to show us how to do stuff because they know how to do it. But there are classes that senior citizens can learn how to do the different things. Okay, sleep. Sleep is important. And so, next slide. Okay. And right here is just some tips that you can do so that you can get more sleep. Because when we sleep, our body does what? It restores itself. And so So we want to just make sure that we get plenty of sleep. And if a person is struggling, there are professional individuals that can help you, psychiatrists. And it's good for you to remember the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist. A psychiatrist gives you medication. And a person doesn't want to be afraid of medication because you have no problem taking medication for your heart, do you? And your brain is an organ just like your heart. And so medication can help you, reduce that anxiety, help you reduce the depression so that you can do what you would like to do, what your psychologist or what your counselor is doing or what the social worker is doing. So there are support organizations that you can go to. Now, the last thing I'm going to talk about is having a positive attitude. Sometimes you talk with some individuals and you just feel uplifted when you talk to them, don't you? While others, when you talk to them, you say, oh my goodness, let me get out of this room. Because all they're doing is negative and talking about people, things that don't matter. And so you want to have a positive focus on things. If you can show the picture of that kitten looking in the mirror for me. I like this picture. It's showing the kitten's self-esteem, and that's what the self-esteem we want to have, because we were created in God's image, and what could be a better thing than that? And so this kitten, might be a little kitten, but in his mind, he's a lion. And we know the lion is the king of the village. And so we want to have a positive attitude about ourselves. And in life, you're going to make mistakes, aren't you? But if you dwell on your mistakes forever and don't move on, then it's going to have you stuck in that place. And so you try to rectify what you can, but what you can't rectify, you have to move on. And so do positive self-talks. You can buy books. You can do things to help you think positive. And so as the next slide that's up, it says, a positive attitude will have positive results because a positive attitude is contagious. When you are around someone that's positive, how do you feel when you leave their room or when you leave their presence? You feel uplifted, don't you? And this slide says, don't let your age control your life. Let your life control your age. And so, if you can go to the next slide. This is what you have when you have adventurous children. This year, our daughter had myself and my husband zip lining in Gatlinburg. It was 10 different zip lines that we had to do. But she's that type of person. So I've been there, done that, so I can say I've done that. I don't have to do everything, but that, you do it once and so, okay, I can move on. But it was really nice, relaxing, and looking at the beautiful mountains. I love the mountains. Now, because my mother's not present, I did bring some slides, some information about her. And this is kind of a poem in a way that kind of talks about her philosophy about aging, and it's dealing with the word love. Love the Lord and your enemies. And if you talk to her, she's going to be talking about the Lord. I mean, that's the number one theme in her mind. Obey the word. Be mindful of everything you say and do. Volunteer to lend a hand and a cheerful gift. We always had people staying at our house. I can remember even sleeping in the, the breakfast area. We were kind of like on mats, almost under the table because people were there. She always had people at the house. Eat healthy and exercise every day that you live. And that was her, that is her philosophy. And so I'm going to go to the next slide. And these are just a couple of pictures. You can do the next slide. You can just do the whole one, of her at her 100th birthday celebration. We celebrated her birthday. This is 2018, and so you can kind of see a picture of her. And on the next slide, when she was probably, let's see, I guess in her 90s, late 80s, she did a book, a children's book. She's a retired principal, retired teacher. She taught in Madison when it was country. Not like it is now. But for her 100th birthday, we published a book that she and my father had been working on for years, celebrating her 100th birthday. And the next picture is her brother. He was 95 at that time, at her 100th celebration. And if we can go to the next one. Okay, COVID came. So to celebrate her birthday for being 102, we had a drive-by birthday. And I'm sure many of you did that during COVID, where individuals drove by the house. So that's her sitting in the lawn as people drove by. And let's see the next, her sitting there. And she was 102 then. Okay, the next slide. Okay, and there's her in the yard. We had the big balloons saying 102 years old. And that's her, sitting down, after the celebration. Now, going to the next slide. This is 21. What I did was I sent information out to friends and family and asked them to send birthday cards. And she really received about 140 birthday cards. So I put all the cards in the dining room, and so that's a picture of her in front of all of those cards that she received. So she was really very pleased at that at 103. Okay, and the next picture. Now this was taken in July of this year by, this is showing 5 generations, myself, my son, his daughter, and the grandbaby. So that's a 5-generation picture, which we were just really pleased. And you can see she's standing, she was doing well. So you just never know. And the next picture. The next slide. Okay. So that's her with my 3 children and some of the grandchildren. And so again, that's her at 105 because her birthday, no, she was 104 because her birthday, this is in July, and her birthday was that September. This was 105. But you see her smiling and alert and all of that, so. And the next slide. So I'm just ending with that picture of her, and what I can say is just keep her in prayer, and she had planned to be here, and she had the brochure on her wall, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Although we missed her presence today, we're so grateful that you were able to at least share some photos. And she is a true definition of a successful ager. I'm in awe. So, certainly all of us will walk away today with her in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you. Okay, so moving along, we're almost wrapping up our day. Can you believe it? We've had so much fun. I don't even want to go home. I don't know about y'all. So just real quick, Danielle's going to be giving me side eyes to get off the stage. But when I was coming in today, I crossed over Winchester and I attempted to come across the Parkway, and the traffic was backed up. And so I was thinking, how is there so much traffic on this end of town? I think it was all of y'all trying to get to the church. So I'm so glad that everyone made it here safely today, and if I don't get a chance to see you later, prayers that you'll make it safely home. But we've had a wonderful day today. I actually started coming to this initiative back when I was in college. So it's almost like a full circle moment for Danielle and I. Both of us are products of Dr. Richardson, and so I remember Dr. Caples and Dr. Wilson. So we certainly, I spoke with Dr. Richardson yesterday, and we talked about continuing on and carrying on their legacy through this initiative. So we're so grateful that they poured into us what they could so that we can continue it. So as we move on, we're going to have a few remarks from Dr. Jennifer Wells Marshall. She'll come up and talk to us for a little bit, so welcome. Come on up.
So Danielle is going to get the evaluation forms for everyone to fill out, and I'm not sure if that is going to happen in here. Danielle, will that happen in here? Okay, so it is, she's going to bring your evaluation forms so we can get some feedback for this year's Successful Agent Initiative. I am Jennifer Wells Marshall. I am the new Associate Director for the Alabama Cooperative Extension System on the campus of Alabama A&M. I'm very pleased to be here with you as the Associate Director. I have attended many of the Successful Aging Initiatives across the state, and the very first one I attended was here in this sanctuary. So it is it's awesome to see the smiling faces. This is the first event post-COVID, and so we're excited that you all have come out to visit with us and learn all the information that that has been provided to you. As a long-term extension employee, I started as a county extension agent many moons ago, and one thing we often say in extension is hard to sustain programs. One of the things that makes it difficult to sustain program is the consistent buy-in that we get from participants. We do know that if you don't buy in, then we don't really have anything to put out. One of the most successful projects that we've had in Alabama Cooperative Extension System, in particular at Alabama A&M, is the Successful Aging Initiative. And so I want to thank you on behalf of the university, thank you on behalf of Extension for your continued support of this program. And with that, Danielle is coming with the evaluations. And she's going to give you all closing remarks. And I do want to apologize because on the agenda it says I was supposed to be here this morning to give greetings at 8:15, I think. Let's see. It was 8:15? Mm-hmm. So I was at the Sunbelt Ag Expo Tuesday and Wednesday, and left Moultrie, Georgia this morning about 3:30 to get here, and I just couldn't get here by 8:15. So I apologize and appreciate you all moving me around on the agenda. Here, you need a mic. I need a mic.
head very quickly. We are going to complete the evaluation. It's what, 7 questions? We want your honest opinion. We want your honest opinion. Packed in a lot today, and I hope you enjoyed today. I hope you got a lot out of today. Please give us feedback so that we can improve for future conferences. So Dr. Wells Marshall is going to go through the questions. If you would, just please check one of those little boxes or circles and let us know how you feel, what you've learned, if you've learned anything. Give us comments. We can take it. So we'll take your positive feedback, and if you have anything that's going to help us improve, let us know that as well.
All right, so I'll just hold it. Well, does everybody have an evaluation form? If you don't have one, raise your hand. Okay, so we'll give you a little bit more time to get those passed out. And what I will say is, whoever did this have young people eyes. So I'm gonna have to hold it all the way out here so I can read it. Young people eyes. Oh, Lord, have mercy. we need 20 font. Ooh. So does everyone have an evaluation form? If you don't have one, would you raise your hand? Okay. Can I see it? I'll make it work. You thought I was faking? Oh, no, ma'am. All right. So the first thing that we're going to go through are going to be the demographics. So the first 4 questions are going to be age, race, ethnicity, and gender. And we'll go through each one by one. So in the first gray box, you're going to indicate your age. So the first one is under 19, 19 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, 50 to 59, 60 to 69, 70 to 79, and then 80 and above. Race, Asian, American Indian, Alaska Native, African American, 2 or more races, white American, other. Ethnicity, Hispanic origin or non-Hispanic origin. Gender, male, female, or other. All right, question 1. How useful was the information provided for addressing everyday issues and concerns of older adults? Very useful, moderately useful, slightly useful, not at all useful. How useful was the information provided for addressing everyday issues and concerns of older adults? Question 2, did your knowledge of available resources for older adults increase? Increased significantly, increased moderately, increased slightly, no increase at all. Did your knowledge of available resources for older adults increase? That's question 2. Question 3, did your knowledge of fraud and scams increase? Increased significantly, increased moderately, increased slightly, no increase at all. Question 4, did your knowledge of estate planning and heirs property increase? Increased significantly, increased moderately, increased slightly, no increase at all. Question 5, did your knowledge of nutrition and aging increase? Increased significantly, increased moderately, increased slightly, no increase at all. Question 6, did your knowledge of mental health and aging increase? Increased significantly, increased moderately, increased slightly, no increase at all. 2 more. Question 7, how likely are you to use the information obtained from this workshop to make informed decisions? Very likely, moderately likely, not very likely, and not likely at all. And question 8, what can we do to improve upcoming conferences so that they will benefit you more? So if you will take a little bit of time to give us some honest feedback, as Danielle indicated, so that we can continue to improve this process and we can create an experience that is most useful and most beneficial to you. All right, thank you. Up next, okay. Did you need me to stand up if you need me to sing? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Wells Marshall. Thank you, everyone. We're at the end of the Successful Aging Conference. We have door prizes. So I'm going to ask Ms. Jackie Collier to come back, pull out those red tickets that you have, and let's give away some door prizes. We have an air fryer. We have a nice basket from Senior Alliance, some nice umbrellas. We even have tickets to tomorrow's 7 o'clock show for Fantasy Playhouse Children's Theater, The Jungle Book. It actually starts tomorrow night. So if you want to go, we have some tickets for 2 tickets to give out. And we also have a few gift cards as well. Yeah. Oh, hold on. What is it? Make a joyful noise. That wasn't joyful enough. Make a joyful noise. Okay, let's get the tickets. All right, last 3, I'll give the last 4. 5806, 5806. We have a winner? I didn't hear a joyful noise. Give me, pull some on. Oh. Lydia, come pull some tickets. Okay. Last 4, 6180. 6180. Shake it up. 6234. 6234. Okay, moving on. 6234. Okay, I need to slow down, sorry. I know I'm standing between you and lunch. All right, here are our last 4. Hold on, Lydia, I have 4 in front of me. 6192. 6192. All right, 5852. Last 4, 5852. Was that a joyful noise, 5852? I like it. 6068. 6068. 6068. 5897. 5897. Great. Okay, we'll get you a prize. Yay, that's right. Cheer for her. I like that. So 585, we need some runners. 5855, 5897. What happened? 5897. 5855. Oh, okay, 5855. Is that what you have, Susan? 5878. Whatever you pick up. 5878. 5878. Let's give away. $5870. I like that. I like that. 6197. 6197. Well, we have three more. 6197. All right, we're going to draw for Fantasy Playhouse tickets for tomorrow's showing of the Jungle Book. 5876. 5876. Don't tell me we don't have 5876. 5937. 5937. Awesome. We're going to draw for a Visa gift card. Is that Visa? American Express gift card? Shake it up. We got it. 5883. All right. That's our joyful noise. We're going to draw for a MasterCard gift card. 6060. That wasn't it. All right. 6060. 6060. It sounds like y'all don't mind me standing between y'all and lunch now. Let's see. 6060. No. Okay. 5857. 5857. She said she'll meet you. All right, we have a gift certificate for Dr. Jamie's Wellness Center, 5835. 5835. It's for a chiropractic visit. 5835. 5835? Is that a joyful noise, 5835? She said, I'm back here. All right, so we're going to pull for, we have three more small gifts. 6073, 6073, 6073. Our last one is going to be this air fryer. 6073, another small gift. 6217. 6217. 6217. Woohoo! 6223. 6223. 6223. One last time. 6223. She been shaking it. 5818. All right. 5810. I need the air fryer. Here we go. Air fryer. She's shaking it up for you, sir. She's showing you she's shaking it up for you, sir. It is a Vortex Pro air fryer. Large capacity, compact design, 10 presets. 5947. 5947. 5947. All right, I would say last time, or last chance. set. All right, we're done? We're gonna, say that one for me. Say that one for me. It's too late now. All right, so thank you all for joining us for SAI. Let me give you some instructions. Yes, give yourselves a hand. And also at this time, I want to recognize our planning committee. So members of our planning committee, can you please stand and wave your hand? Let's give them a round of applause. That's right, make a joyful noise for the planning committee. Thank you. Awesome, thank you. So you have tickets in your black bag that you're gonna need to get a lunch. So the ticket in your black bag, you have a ticket for lunch, and then there's an ice cream truck right out the door. So supplies are limited, but you are to turn in your ticket to get your lunch. And if you have any evaluations, please turn those in as you exit. But before we exit, can anyone, for those who are 80 plus, can you stand one more time to be recognized? Let's give them a hand. Great looking bunch, a great looking bunch. So we look forward to Successful Aging 2024, and we hope that you are able to join us. We thank you all so much for being a part of this year's conference and welcoming us back into Union Chapel. Let's let our 80 plus members go out first, participants go out first. So if you're 80 or older, please exit first. So everyone else, please be patient as we let our honorees or our special guests leave for lunch.
I never did even get my bag from the registration. Yeah, I get it later though. I'm sure they'll have some next time. Oh, y'all were? Did y'all have anybody else come through? Oh. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Dr. Bernice Richardson? Yeah. Can you remember the name Frazier? Let me know if I see her. I'm Celeste. Dr. Frazier's the vice president of the education. Oh, okay. They know each other. She was supposed to be here today. I don't know where she is. Is that okay, I sure will. You guys, there's let's ask her.
Oh, maybe is this it?
I think that is your lunch ticket.
I thought she said a black ticket.
Oh,
Okay, all right.
yes, yes,
Okay,
that
that's
is
it.
your lunch
All right,
ticket.
okay.
I was gonna work something out.
I'm so hungry, I can't understand it.
Look like the traffic man outside on the street.
I may have to go and get this Kentucky.
Good girl.
Throughout the years, I've been aggressive, and if there was something I wanted, of course I asked the Lord for it, but then I pursued it. Throughout the years, my name is Annelle Martin Wright Rogers.
We found a cell phone. If someone someone's missing your cell phone, we found a cell phone. We found the cell phone. It'll be at the registration table. Someone is missing a cell phone.
Throughout the years, I've been aggressive, and if there was something I wanted, of course I asked the Lord for it, but then I pursued it. This is the second book that I wrote. I used to tell stories to my children and even to the grandchildren. Mother tell us about when you were a little girl, and they would enjoy hearing the stories about when I'd go to town in the buggy with my mom and papa. I decided one day to write about that. And with this story, I wrote what was the truth. I didn't believe in writing on truth. So whatever's in this book, as far as I know, is the truth. But my husband was building a church in Tallahassee, Florida, which is near Quincy, and I'd go to the courthouse and look up census records and get those type materials and write it. And it is presented on my 100th birthday celebration, because I was signing books. To age with grace, you have to live a certain way. And if you live a certain way, then people will observe you. I want you to know that I know the Lord and I obey Him. And He has given me long life and a lot of pleasures in this life.